Chapter 556. It was the same sword, but the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. As if carrying the wrath of the thunder god, this sword directly slammed onto that enormous dragon claw. Boom! The vital essence on the dragon claw shattered and collapsed. Ling Xiao's sword energy actually still had remnants, leaving a very shallow scratch on the poisoned Dragon King's dragon claw. Your vital essence is rather strange. I didn't expect that there was actually such a peculiar internal force cultivation method in this world. I was careless. The poisoned Dragon King's brows were tightly knitted. She originally thought that the battle could be resolved in an instant, but she did not expect that an unforeseen event would occur again. However, if it was only like this, she still had nothing to be afraid of. The conditions can be changed. If you're willing to hand over this internal force cultivation method, I might spare your life. Otherwise, even if you're blessed with heavenly talent, you'll definitely die today. Don't you think that it's too much of a pity? Although the Poison Dragon King was a dragon man, she could enter human form and naturally could use human martial arts. Greed arose in her, and she urgently wanted to obtain Ling Xiao's martial arts. Sorry, not interested. Looks like you really want to die. The Poison Dragon King no longer held any illusions. This brat in front of her was simply a fellow who was impervious to oil and salt. Looks like she could only use force. Thinking up to here, she suddenly opened her enormous mouth, and a ball of multicolored light condensed in her mouth. Poison Dragon's roar. Amidst the roar, a multicolored light shot out from her enormous mouth, instantly spreading across the entire street. In an instant, the entire street fell apart because of this. Poisonous gas even emitted from the damaged traces, looking simply like the scene of the end of the world. Death Dragon's extinction, Dragon's roar. Ling Xiao roared angrily, and the dragon's roar was also released at the same time. The same power was ample, and the same scene was shocking. Boom! The roars of the two dragons met in the middle of the street, and then exploded. They were actually evenly matched in their battle. Die for me. Perhaps she had long expected this. The Poison Dragon King's attack did not stop. After the dragon's roar was released, this fellow actually took the opportunity to pounce over. The moment the power collapsed, her huge claws once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This Poison Dragon King is truly worthy of being an invincible 9th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Coupled with his dragon race body, he is likely much stronger than a human of the same strength. Ling Xiao mused, but his hands didn't stop moving. He stabbed out with his sword, using the Thunder Constellation in combination with the Thunderous Flash. Since this move could break the old man's Dragon Claw art, then there was no harm in using it a few more times. The only thing he was worried about now was whether this old man had any other tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, he didn't use any moves that were too powerful. After all, he had to keep some trump cards. This sword thrust was actually unable to completely eliminate the opponent's claw power. It seemed like the Poison Dragon King's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. This old man had actually concealed his strength from the start. Sure enough, he was not easy to deal with. The Poison Dragon King's claws kept striking out. In the eyes of the distant onlookers, it was like a giant beast pouncing on a mouse. The scene was a little comical, but the destructive power it brought made everyone unable to laugh. This kind of confrontation was too terrifying. Fortunately, Dragon Palace City was built to be relatively spacious. Otherwise, it would probably be in ruins by now. Dual wield. A sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was the Raging Wind Sword. Thunder Constellation. Thunderous Flash. Wind Constellation. Raging Wind Shuttle. Death Dragon Extinction. Dragon Roar. Ling Xiao launched 3 moves at the same time, attacking the Poison Dragon King's 3 vital points. It had been a long time since someone forced him to use this dual-wield special skill. He didn't expect to use it again today. Pong! The Thunderous Flash was directly blocked by the Poison Dragon King's claws. Boom! The Dragon Roar was blocked by the Poison Dragon King with the same Dragon Roar. Chi! However, the terrifying lethality of the Raging Wind Shuttle still pierced into the Poison Dragon King's dragon scales. However, it was only for an instant. The terrifying sword Chi was directly reflected by the Poison Dragon King, flying past Ling Xiao's ear and hitting the building behind him, leaving a very smooth cut. The Poison Dragon King sneered disdainfully. Struggle. All your struggles are futile. In front of this king, you, a trivial 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, is not enough to look at. Is that so? I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The other party didn't seem to notice that he hadn't summoned his martial spirit yet. Could it be that the dragon race didn't know about the existence of martial spirits? It seemed normal. After all, martial spirits were created by humans to fight against powerful ancient beasts. It was normal that they didn't understand. Boom. Terrifying true qi rose rapidly, and the phantom of the plague demon king martial spirit appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the outside world, Ling Xiao was unwilling to use this martial spirit easily, mainly because he was worried about causing unnecessary trouble. But here, he didn't have such scruples. Martial spirit? How can the dragon race have martial spirits? Is this brat a human? Idiot, the dragon race already has a human form, so it's not strange for them to have martial spirits. How could the rich golden dragon aura on his body be fake? That's true, but what kind of martial spirit is this? It feels so terrifying. Seeing Ling Xiao summon his martial spirit, the onlookers were all shocked. The Poison Dragon King on the other side was also clearly stunned. Now, try the power of my sword technique. Ling Xiao withdrew his Thunder Shadow Sword and Furious Wind Sword and summoned his Ice Dragon Sword, Flying Snow. As the Plague Demon King martial spirit's body emitted a strange light, Ling Xiao's sword light actually had a strange dark green tinge to it. The sword light was too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Poison Dragon King. The Poison Dragon King responded indifferently. Although she could no longer block this sword, because she was caught off guard, the attack was extremely fast. However, Poochie. This time, the flying snow actually pierced into the Poison Dragon King's huge body without any hindrance, causing a burst of crimson dragon blood to spurt out. Fortunately, the Poison Dragon King had dodged at the last moment and avoided being hit in her vitals. Otherwise, this sword would have seriously injured her. She might even die a miserable death. What? The Poison Dragon King looked at his bleeding wound in shock, unable to believe that this was actually true. He had actually been injured by a 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. It's a pity that I wasn't able to kill you. Otherwise, you would have suffered less. Ling Xiao revealed a helpless expression as he stood there, as if lamenting the fact that his sword was not as effective as it seemed. Forget it. Against an expert of your level, it's normal that I can't kill you with a single sword strike, but the more it's like this, the more painful it will be for you. Little thief, don't get carried away. Just now, this king was just careless. This time, how can I allow you to hurt this king? The Poison Dragon King was furious, and a terrifying dragon pressure spread throughout the entire street, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. The seemingly invisible and colorless dragon pressure had become the Poison Dragon King's most terrifying trump card at this time. However, Ling Xiao stood there as if he didn't feel anything. Chapter 557. Facing the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Might. Ling Xiao seemed to not feel anything at all. It was as if he was looking at a rabbit baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in front of a tiger. It was actually somewhat laughable. Use your trump card. Otherwise, you will definitely die with this sword strike. Ling Xiao really wanted to steal something from the Poison Dragon King, but other than having a lot of experience and strength, the Dragon Clan's martial skills were also very poor, causing people to sigh. He gripped the Ice Dragon sword tightly, and an ice-cold aura that covered the sky and covered the earth began to spread. Within this ice-cold aura, there were actually traces of dragon might, causing the Poison Dragon King to involuntarily tremble. Wind celestial phenomenon? Ice and snow storm. Ling Xiao stood there, his extremely strong true essence surging out from the Ice Dragon sword, forming a huge tornado that grew bigger and bigger. Within the tornado, snowflakes danced in the air. It was bone-chilling cold. Poison feather robe. Finally, the Poison Dragon King sensed the threat of Ling Xiao's sword strike that was enough to kill her. She used her own creation, Poison feather robe. It could be used to defend and attack. The crazy five-colored true essence actually turned into a huge piece of clothing that draped over her body. The barrier formed by the poison was 4 to 5 meters thick. Ling Xiao's ice and snowstorm and the poison feather robe were entangled for a full 3 to 4 minutes before the outcome was decided. The originally sure kill attack had been slowed down and its power had been weakened. When it landed on the poison Dragon King's body, blood splattered everywhere. It caused the poison Dragon King to turn into a blood dragon. However, he was unable to kill it. You are indeed very obedient. However, it's a pity that I don't care about this move of yours. There's no point in learning it. Ling Xiao was completely disappointed. He decided to kill the poison Dragon King. So. The ice dragon sword in his hand continuously attacked. Bang, bang, bang. The poison Dragon King's dragon claws continued to wave to block, and on top of the shroud, his flesh and scales continued to fall, his injuries becoming more and more serious. Poison Dragon King, you just said that you wanted me to cripple your cultivation, right? How about now? Do you feel very aggrieved? As Ling Xiao attacked, he continued to break down the poison Dragon King's mentality. Your strength is passable. At the very least, you are much more powerful than many human warriors in the same realm. However, it's useless. I only summoned 1 martial spirit, and you are already at your limit. If it were 2 or 3 martial spirits, you would only be killed in seconds. Bastard! How dare you look down on this prince? The poison Dragon King was furious. She, who was high and mighty, had never been humiliated like this before. She couldn't take it anymore. Her anger had reached its limit. Dragon balls. The poison Dragon King suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a colorful ball. Unlike the energy sphere of Dragon's Roar, this sphere looked real. The Dragon Pearl, which was the Dragon Clan's Niden, could also be called the Dragon Core. Basically, when the great wasteland beasts reached the end of the fight, they would spit out Dragon Balls as a final counterattack if they knew that they were no match for their opponent. The Dragon Pearl was the core power of the Dragon Clan. It was extremely powerful, but when used to attack enemies, once damaged, it would cause permanent damage. In the best-case scenario, his cultivation would plummet. In the worst-case scenario, his cultivation would no longer be able to progress and his body would suffer all kinds of injuries. Therefore, no Dragon Clan member would do this until the last moment. Now, the Poison Dragon King was obviously forced into a corner by Ling Xiao. Kill. The Poison Dragon King took a deep breath and roared in his loudest voice. Her body glowed with a colorful light, and at the same time, her face obviously aged a lot. As for the red crystal on his forehead, it directly shattered and turned into energy that merged into the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Pearl released a dazzling light and blasted towards Ling Xiao at lightning speed. Shadow Clone. Ling Xiao saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly sent out 13 Sword Soul clones. While the Dragon Pearl was flying, a huge hole appeared in the ground and it collided with the first Sword Soul clone. The Sword Soul clone had about 70% of Ling Xiao's strength and could be considered a transcendent realm master, but in front of this Dragon Pearl, it was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. It exploded in an instant. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he dodged. Otherwise, if the Dragon Pearl hit him, even if he didn't explode into a bloody mist, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Boom! With another bang, another Sword Soul doppelganger was destroyed. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. The Sword Soul clones exploded one after another. It wasn't until the 13th Sword Soul clone was shattered that the power of the Dragon Pearl weakened a lot. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and revealed a greedy look. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Dragon Pearl directly into his stomach, and then sent it into the Mountain River world. Even though the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl was very powerful, it still couldn't cause any trouble after entering the Mountain River world. After taking the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl, the Poison Dragon King was half dead. Ling Xiao originally planned to kill it. However, at this moment, he felt a powerful aura coming from afar. Black Dragon King? No. There were 2 people. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong and instantly spread his golden dragon wings. bringing Long Chun and Lin Bei into the distance. The Black Dragon King was a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength, and the other black-robed man was probably an expert of the Black Spirit organization. His strength was actually on par with the Black Dragon King. Ling Xiao had a 20 to 30% chance of dealing with one of them, but against two, even he couldn't win. Therefore, it was wise to leave temporarily. So fast, why did he escape? The onlookers were confused. A moment later, the two figures landed on the ground. Only then did they understand why Ling Xiao escaped. It's actually the Black Dragon King and the Imperial Preceptor. No wonder that Golden Dragon youth escaped. So he had already sensed the danger. The Black Dragon King is 10 times stronger than the Poison Dragon King, not to mention the Imperial Preceptor accompanying him. However, this child can be proud. He actually survived the attack of the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl and even snatched it away. The Poison Dragon King can be considered crippled. That Dragon Pearl needs over 1,000 years to cultivate into an embryonic form, and 10,000 years to have the ability to attack. The Poison Dragon King has lived for over 10,000 years, but he fell in the hands of a youth. Yeah, he's strong, and his ability to escape is even stronger. He actually has the ability to sense danger. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Black Dragon King to kill him. Bang! The Black Dragon King landed on the ground, and a crack appeared on the ground. His human dragon form was actually very tall and mighty, simply like a small giant. Poison Dragon King, what's going on? How did you become like this? The Black Dragon King asked with a gloomy face. He originally thought that with the Poison Dragon King taking action, he could easily kill Ling Xiao, Long Qin, and Lin Bei. But he hadn't expected that in the Dragon Palace, he would suddenly feel the Poison Dragon King's aura become extremely weak, so he hurriedly rushed over. However, he found that the scene was a mess. The 4 masters of the Dragon Palace, including his 9th brother, had all been killed. The Poison Dragon King was also half dead. Even his Dragon Pearl had been snatched away. Hateful, that little brat actually has the Dragon Emperor's dragon pressure. I can't suppress him. Black Dragon King, you must help me take back my Dragon Pearl, otherwise I'll be crippled. The Poison Dragon King gnashed his teeth in anger. Rest assured, I will. The Black Dragon King still needed the Poison Dragon King as his henchman, so he naturally wouldn't abandon him so easily. He wanted to see if a trivial 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator could overturn the heavens. Chapter 558. Deep in the forest, between mountains and rivers, there was a hidden valley. After settling Lin Bei and Long Qin down, Ling Xiao began to cultivate here. He could feel that his current strength was not enough to defeat the Black Dragon King and the Imperial Tutor, so he had to become stronger. At present, there were 3 ways to improve his strength. First, he needed to improve his cultivation. After several days of fighting, his early Transcendent Realm's 7th-layer cultivation had completely stabilized, so there wouldn't be any harm in trying to break through. It seemed he could now consume the Fire Spirit Fruit and Water Spirit Fruit. Second, refine the Poison Dragon Pearl and make it his own magic weapon. This shouldn't be a problem, but he needed to use the ancient Golden Dragon to tame the Dragon Pearl first, which would take some time. Third, improve the level of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. Although Ling Xiao had several martial spirits, his core martial spirit was the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. This had never changed. The other martial spirits could only be used for fighting, but they could not improve his overall strength. The Mountain and River Martial Spirit was different. When the level of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit increased, the 9 abilities would also increase, including his overall strength. This was closely related to him. He didn't know if he had enough time. Although this place was hidden, it was still in the land of dragons. The Black Dragon King had been the Dragon Emperor for so many years, it was only a matter of time before he found this place. Let's do it one by one. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao ate the Fire Spirit Fruit and Water Spirit Fruit he had obtained before. Others needed to eat one by one, but his body's absorption ability was too strong, so there was no need for that. He could still digest them all. Not far away, Long Qin and Lin Bei were also cultivating, but they were just cultivating and passing. More importantly, they were protecting Ling Xiao. The two of them could see that if the Golden Dragon clan wanted to regain the imperial power, or even if the entire Dragon clan wanted to rise again, they absolutely couldn't do without Ling Xiao's help. As long as Ling Xiao was well, they would naturally be well. At the same time, Dragon Palace. Inside the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the Black Dragon King's dark eyes flashed with killing intent. He slammed the dragon throne and said, "Investigate. Use the power of the entire Dragon clan. Even if we have to turn the entire land of dragons upside down, we must find this Ling Xiao." "Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, what should we do after we find them?" "Inform me immediately. Don't act rashly, lest we alert the enemy." The Black Dragon King was still rather rational. Even the Poison Dragon King was not a match for Ling Xiao, so there was probably no one under him who could defeat Ling Xiao. That was why he ordered his subordinates to inform him as soon as possible. Understood. Everyone left, leaving only the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor in the hall. "Is the plan going well?" the Black Dragon King asked. "Don't worry. We have already contacted one of the inner sect elders of Yuehua School. He has already agreed to help. However, in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, this Ling Xiao must die. As for the other Yuehua School disciples, none of them can be spared." The Black Spirit Imperial Preceptor's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. It was still the same dense forest. It was still the same valley. From the outside, it was very difficult to discover that there were actually people here. Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, and two beams of golden light shot out from his eyes, piercing through a nearby tree. This golden light was condensed from his true qi and was extremely powerful. Middle 7th layer transcendent realm. It seems that after entering the 7th layer, every small realm is extremely difficult to advance. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. After spending a full hour and consuming a large number of fire and water spirit fruits, his cultivation had only advanced by a small realm. However, the fire and water spirit fruits had brought him other benefits. They had increased his fire and water resistance by a lot. If a transcendent realm cultivator attacked him with fire or water attribute attacks, the damage would be reduced by half. If it was a heaven realm cultivator, it was unknown. However, it was estimated that it would be reduced, perhaps by 10%. After all, a heaven realm cultivator was a great realm cultivator, so the situation was completely different. The effect of the earth spirit body was basically the same as the effects of these two fruits. In other words, among the 5 elements, the damage caused to him by fire, water, and water attribute attacks had been greatly reduced. In addition, this was only an increase in his resistance. In terms of attack power, the power of fire, water, and water attribute attacks had also increased. Basically, as long as Ling Xiao did not break through to the heaven realm, the power of his attacks would increase by about 50%, which was equivalent to a significant increase in his attack power. After breaking through a small realm, Ling Xiao did not stop cultivating. He took out the gold spirit core Lin Bei had given him and began absorbing its energy. The fire and water spirit fruits could help him advance by a small realm, so the effect of the gold spirit core was basically the same. Another hour passed, and the gold spirit core in his hand completely disappeared. At this time, his cultivation really broke through again, reaching the late 7th layer transcendent realm. Not only that, but he had also condensed the gold spirit body, which gave him metal attribute resistance as well as an attack bonus. Metal, water, fire, earth. Currently, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had 4 resistances and attack bonuses. As long as he obtained a wood attribute treasure, whether it was the wood spirit fruit or the wood spirit core, he would have all 5 resistances and attack bonuses. At the same time, the people from the dragon race were conducting a thorough search for him and were currently approaching the valley. Ling Xiao judged that there was still time. So, he had to proceed to the second step, which was to refine the poison dragon pearl. The poison attribute was an extension of the wood attribute, so if he could refine or tame it, he would really have all 5 elements resistances and attack bonuses. Moreover, the poison dragon pearl contained the poison dragon king's life's work. If he could really refine it, his cultivation would increase, and even his mountain and river martial spirit would be enhanced. This was even the 3rd step. Thinking so, Ling Xiao was slightly excited. However, he still forced himself to calm down. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said to Long Chen and Lin Bei, who were responsible for guarding the valley, "I'll have to trouble the two of you. If enemies come, can you help hold them off for a while?" Young hero Ling, little brother, don't worry. Ling Xiao nodded his head and closed his eyes again, sensing the poison dragon pearl in the mountain and river world. At this moment, the poison dragon pearl had already been completely suppressed by the immemorial golden dragon's dragon might. Originally, it was still rampaging in the mountain and river world, but now it was obediently waiting there, not daring to move at all, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Great. This is the time. Ling Xiao allowed his soul power to envelop the poison dragon pearl and then began to refine it. The poison dragon pearl began to tremble violently, but the immemorial golden dragon's dragon might was too strong, so it still did not dare to move. An unending stream of energy and the dragon race's soul power poured into Ling Xiao's body and his mountain and river martial spirit. This feeling made him feel extremely comfortable, as if he was using a straw to suck coconut juice from a coconut. Chapter 559. It's starting. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that the true qi in his martial veins was constantly rising, gurgling like boiling water. This was clearly the precursor to a breakthrough. At the same time, the mountain and river martial spirit also underwent a strange change. Ling Xiao could feel that it was also growing. Originally, it was only an incorporeal body, but it quickly condensed into a solid body and continued to grow. As expected of the poison dragon king who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although her strength was not very good, that was because of the seal in the moonlight pagoda, not because she was weak. All her strength was bound to the poison dragon bead and could only slowly seep out through the small opening in the seal. If there was no seal, this poison dragon king's cultivation would be at least at the yin-yang realm, definitely not lower than the moon maiden. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This moonlight maiden was really powerful, actually sealing the dragon race just like that. However, it was impossible not to seal them. If these dragons were too strong, even the moonlight pagoda would not be able to trap them, which would be troublesome. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk suddenly, a powerful force soared into the sky. Ling Xiao had broken through again, this time after 2 hours. Peak of the transcendent realm's 7th layer. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, revealing a look of ecstasy. Just refining 1% of the poison dragon bead's energy allowed my cultivation to break through to the peak of the transcendent realm's 7th layer. More importantly, my mountain and river martial spirit has evolved to the leaving body stage. Although it can only last for a breath of time, this is simply a great improvement. Ling Xiao sensed the changes in his body and his face was filled with joy. In addition, he also obtained a resistance to the poison attribute, but unfortunately, although the poison attribute was an extension of the wood attribute, it did not seem to be able to obtain the full effects of the wood attribute. Of course, even so, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. His Plague Demon King martial spirit basically used poison attribute attacks, so being able to increase his poison attribute attacks was not bad. Moreover, this was actually a small matter. Ling Xiao discovered a strange phenomenon. After the mountain and river martial spirit advanced to the leaving body stage, one of its abilities also changed. His martial will had become the will of mountains and rivers. After obtaining a martial soul, martial wills seemed to have become useless. However, now that it had changed and become the will of the mountains and rivers, the meaning was completely different. He could feel that the so-called mountain-river will was the invisible energy that could be integrated into the mountain-river world in all attacks. When the enemy fought with him, it was like fighting with nature. That kind of feeling was just too awesome. Although he could not directly use the mountain-river martial soul to fight, with the mountain-river will, he was not far from using the mountain-river martial soul. Currently, his mountain-river will was only about 10%. However, this was only achieved after absorbing 1% of the poison dragon pearl's power. This will could still be improved. This kind of will of mountains and rivers was not illusory. It was condensed into a martial skill and could greatly increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess. It was extremely terrifying. If he could stimulate the will of mountains and rivers with his soul force, he could easily kill cultivators below the transcendent realm's 6th layer. The mountain river will was only one of the abilities of the mountain river martial soul, yet it was already so terrifying. Then, how could the overall upgrade of the mountain river martial soul bring nothing to Ling Xiao? He could feel that whether it was his attack, defense, soul, or aptitude, they had all undergone a qualitative change. If he encountered the Poison Dragon King again now, he could basically kill him in a single move. There was no need for him to fight for so long. More intuitively, the upgrade of the Mountain River Martial Soul had increased his overall strength by nearly 50%. Not only that, the Mountain River could also increase his attack power by nearly 50%. Adding all of these together, his attack power had doubled. What a terrifying boost this was. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, facing the Black Dragon King and Imperial Teacher Black Spirit, he was absolutely not afraid at all. Go! Suddenly, Ling Xiao's right hand shot out a sword of qi. The mountain river merged into it and gushed out, turning into a dazzling beam of light. Kacha. A frightening scene appeared. One of the cliffs that originally surrounded the valley was actually directly pierced through by the sword. The cut was smooth and bright, revealing its sharpness. It actually extended for more than 30 meters. Good. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this attack. In the past, when his soul force was merged into his attack, it could only produce a second attack, but it couldn't increase his attack power. But now, it was different. His soul force could greatly increase his attack power through the mountain river will. That was real damage. In the distance, Long Chun and Lin Bei glanced at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Ling Xiao's sword was too amazing. In the dark night, Dragon Palace was filled with killing intent. There was a huge disagreement within the Dragon Clan. Some of the dragonmen who had submitted to the Black Dragon King's tyranny were discussing plans in their homes. They were waiting for the situation to clear up, because everyone knew that the descendants of the Golden Dragon Clan had returned to seek revenge from the Black Dragon King. Although they were young, they were very powerful. However, the Black Dragon King would not let these two youths go. The intensive search outside was the best example. Unless the two descendants of the Golden Dragon Clan escaped under Lin Bei's lead, a battle was inevitable. Either the Golden Dragon Clan would be completely exterminated, or the Black Dragon King would be killed. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, making it difficult for people to breathe. Report: the Black Dragon King has found the hiding place of the Golden Dragon Clan. Such reports rose and fell one after another in Dragon Palace. Therefore, countless experts came out in full force. They wanted to witness this historic moment. Would the Golden Dragon Clan regain the throne? Or would the Black Dragon King completely eliminate the potential enemies? Tonight, the answer would be revealed. Outside Dragon City, on a spacious road, a figure suddenly appeared. The dragon wings on his back were folded. He quickly fell to the ground, but when he landed, he was as light as a feather. He didn't even startle any birds nearby. This was the only way to the valley. Ling Xiao let Long Chen and Lin Bei wait for him in the distance, while he came here to welcome the Black Dragon King and the others. The decisive battle would end tonight. He had two swords in his hands. One was the Purple Flash Sword, the other was the Overflow Rain Sword. The Overflow Rain Sword could be strengthened with the help of the water attribute. It also had a special skill that could produce a terrifying group attack effect. The Purple Flash Sword had the special skill Purple Lightning Shocks the World. It could upgrade the Purple Flash Sword to an Immortal-grade precious weapon in an hour. The attack of an Immortal-grade precious weapon was needless to say. Long black hair, a pair of pitch-black pupils, long black robe. He was like a demon god who had walked out of hell. He stood there quietly, staring ahead. Strike first and gain the upper hand. This was Ling Xiao's battle strategy all along. Chapter 560. Ling Xiao believed that instead of waiting for the Black Dragon King and the others to kill him in the mountain valley, it would be better to prepare everything here and ambush them. Lathe effect would be better, and the battle would be easier. His cultivation had just broken through to the peak of the 7th layer Transcendent Realm, and his mountains and rivers martial spirit had just been upgraded. So what he needed now was a hardy battle to temper his cultivation. In fact, he could raise his cultivation to a higher level, but he chose not to do so. There was no benefit in raising his cultivation base. As such, he was actually suppressing his cultivation. Once this battle was over, or after he fully adapted to his cultivation base at the peak of the 7th layer Transcendent Realm, he would be able to fully release this strength. At that time, he would become an invincible 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. He would truly be invincible in the same realm. On both sides of the dark road were dense jungles and lush mountain ranges. There were no signs of human habitation. Only the low roars of wild beasts could be heard in the night. It was a moonless and windy night. It was time to kill. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw a blurry figure rushing over. For a long-distance raid, even the Black Dragon King would not rely on his movement skill. He would definitely have a mount. Yang Kai could see a large number of Cyclops being used as mounts as they galloped over. Most of these Cyclops were level 7 vicious beasts, with some being level 8 vicious beasts, so they were not very strong. However, they were so large that an average person would probably feel their legs go soft before they even started fighting. Ling Xiao's pupils turned golden, and even from several dozen kilometers away, he could clearly see several dozen Cyclops and several hundred Earth Dragons. These were a kind of dragon subspecies, and outside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, they were definitely powerful beasts. However, inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, just like the Cyclops, they were affected by the seal and were generally only level 6 or level 7 vicious beasts. However, they were very fast and ran smoothly, making them very suitable mounts. Further behind, there were thousands of mounts of various colors. They didn't look like the subordinates of the Black Dragon King, but more like they were here to watch the show. That was because they were quite far away from the hundreds of people in front of them, and even the flags they hung were different. This was clearly telling Ling Xiao to treat them differently. No matter what, the Black Dragon King and his subordinates had finally arrived. Ling Xiao let out a long breath of turbid air. He didn't like to wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for long this time. Stop. When they were about 1 mile away, the Black Dragon King suddenly raised his hand, indicating for the entire army to stop. However, due to inertia, they still moved forward several hundred meters before finally stopping. The Black Dragon King's soul force had already completely locked onto Ling Xiao. Among the people who had come, the Black Dragon King's cultivation was the strongest, and his perception ability was not weak. This was normal. If he didn't have this ability, how could he have killed the old Dragon Emperor and ascended to the position of Dragon Emperor? The Black Dragon King's black, gem-like dragon eyes emitted 2 ominous glints. In the darkness of the night, they looked like 2 will-o'-the-wisps. Ling Xiao could feel that the Black Dragon King's eyes were emitting a powerful dragon might that wanted to intimidate him. As expected of the Black Dragon King, as expected of a half-step Empyrean, who had been tempered on the battlefield, he was much more powerful than that stupid woman, by Fei Fei. You seem to have broken through? Middle Transcendent Realm 7th layer? Ling Xiao's model was set to the Middle Transcendent Realm 7th layer, so there was no need for the other party to know his true cultivation. This way, it would be easier for the other party to underestimate him, allowing him to carry out his plan more easily. No matter how powerful the Black Dragon King was, he still couldn't see through the mountain and river martial spirit's model ability. He couldn't see through it before, and now he couldn't see through it. After all, Ling Xiao's mountain and river martial spirit had already broken through. Yes, I heard you were chasing me, so I waited here for you. Ling Xiao chuckled. Ha ha ha, don't bluff. Do you think this emperor doesn't know? There is no ambush here. The Black Dragon King laughed. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Ambush? To deal with you? Is there a need for an ambush? I, Ling Xiao, alone am enough. Today, all of you will be buried here. It's that simple. The purple lightning sword and overflowing rain sword stabbed into the ground on either side of him, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Ha ha ha, countless wild laughs rang out from the Cyclops and Earth Dragon King. Everyone thought this was a joke. Just because Ling Xiao had defeated the Poison Dragon King didn't mean he could be so arrogant and ignorant. The several hundred people who had come were all the Black Dragon King's elite subordinates, and several dozen of them were Transcendent Realm 8th layer masters. Even if Ling Xiao was strong, could he fight against so many people? Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, Leave this person to me." The one who spoke was a man in black. The dragon race people only knew that this man in black was a guard brought by the Imperial Grandmaster, but they didn't know that he was a master sent by the Black Spirit Organization specifically to deal with Ling Xiao. This person's cultivation was comparable to the Poison Dragon King's. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had snatched the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl, he thought it was only because the Poison Dragon King had underestimated him. The Black Spirit Master jumped down from the Cyclops and like an arrow from a crossbow, he instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao and sent out a palm strike towards Ling Xiao. His movements were like a fierce dragon and his palm was like thunder. His true qi condensed into a strange vortex, causing a bright yellow light to wildly distort. This punch directly shook the trees around Ling Xiao and caused them to explode. Black Spirit Martial Skill, Earth-Shattering Heaven-Shocking Palm. An invincible 9th layer, Transcendent Realm Cultivator's aura was extremely powerful. This person's killing intent was condensed from killing countless people. He was not good at anything else, but this set of martial skills had already reached the acme of perfection, to the point of perfection. It was rumored that when a Black Spirit Master reached this level of strength, he could kill an 8th-grade vicious beast with a single palm strike. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if this Black Spirit Master didn't exist at all. He didn't even move his sword, only casually pointing his finger. This finger strike seemed weak and powerless, completely lacking in spirit. Compared to the Black Spirit Master's earth-shattering heaven-shocking palm, it was simply incomparable. Ha ha ha, the Poison Dragon King actually lost to a weakling like you. With your true qi, with your cultivation, you actually dare to say you can kill the Black Dragon King? What do you mean by overestimating yourself? What do you mean by a mantis trying to stop a chariot? It's talking about idiots like you. The Black Spirit Master's face was filled with disdain and arrogance as he madly laughed. Poochie. However, in the next moment, just as he finished speaking, before his laughter stopped, Ling Xiao's finger strike suddenly changed, like a dragon's roar, like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. A terrifying aura spread out from Ling Xiao's body. The Black Spirit Master felt as if at this moment, he was facing the entire world. Ling Xiao hadn't even used the Mountain River Will. He had only used the 9 Meridians Qi Sword after his strength had increased. It was just an ordinary finger strike, yet it created such a terrifying effect. The Qi Sword pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the Black Spirit Master. Chapter 561. Don't. The Black Spirit Master was shocked. He gave up on attacking and condensed all his qi into his protective qi, trying to defend himself. The Black Spirit Imperial Advisor, Black Dragon King, jumped up and tried to save the Black Spirit Master. But it was too late. How could Ling Xiao return empty-handed when he made a move? This qi sword directly pierced through the Black Spirit Master's protective qi and pierced through his throat. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Half of his neck was cut off, and his head was on the verge of collapsing. Plop. His corpse fell to the ground. The arrogant Black Spirit Master turned into a cold corpse in a blink of an eye. Moreover, it was an incomplete corpse. At this moment, the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor arrived. One of them was on guard against Ling Xiao, while the other went to check on the Black Spirit Master. They tried to save him but found out in despair that the Black Spirit Master's injuries were not only superficial, even his internal organs were destroyed by the sword qi. Even if they were Deluo Golden Immortals, they would not be able to save him. Moreover, they were not good at saving people. They are better at killing people. No one can save the people that I, Ling Xiao, want to kill. He knew that I almost killed the Poison Dragon King, but he still dared to come and die. I really admire his courage, but it is a pity that he is just a brute. Ling Xiao stood there with his hands behind his back. The wind blew his long hair, and his clothes were also fluttering. He had the demeanor of a master. He was not interested in the others. Only the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor gave him the desire to challenge them. If he killed them, his cultivation would probably increase by another step. He had eliminated too many people in the Moonlight Pagoda, especially Ming Tian and Shan Tianlin. He was very clear what kind of treatment he would receive when he went out. Therefore, he must increase his strength as soon as possible. The stronger the better. So strong that no one would dare to slander him. Strength is a good thing. The stronger you are, the higher your status will be. There will be people willing to believe your words. Moreover, he never forgot about his parents. Hong Chi's grandfather said that unless his strength reached a certain level, he would not be able to get any information about his parents. Therefore, he must become stronger. Become stronger. Brat, your methods are so vicious, and your heart is so cruel. Even if you kill someone, you don't have to be so cruel, right? The Black Dragon King stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes emitting dense killing intent. However, Ling Xiao killing a black spirit master made him more cautious, so he didn't make a move immediately. The young man in front of him was really not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he might fail miserably. Really? The old Dragon Emperor treated you with great kindness. But what about you, Black Dragon King? Not only did you assassinate the old Dragon Emperor, you almost wiped out the entire Golden Dragon clan. What right do you have to talk to me about cruelty? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Moreover, you actually tried to collude with the Black Spirit Organization to escape from the Moonlight Pagoda and harm the Yuehua School. With me, Ling Xiao, around, I definitely won't let you succeed. Nonsense. What proof do you have? The Black Dragon King said coldly. What a joke. I believe that many people know that you killed the old Dragon Emperor, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. As for colluding with the Black Spirit Organization, do I need to say more? The state preceptor beside you is a member of the Black Spirit Organization, and the person I killed is also a member of the organization. Ling Xiao said lightly. The Black Spirit is different from humans and dragons. Their outer appearance, including their internal structure, can be seen. If you don't mind, Black Dragon King, can you let everyone see the corpse? Humph, you don't have the right. The Black Dragon King snorted. How dare you slander the state preceptor? I'll kill you now and let you know that the dignity of the Dragon Emperor is not to be challenged. Then, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. So what if you know these things? I'll kill you first, and then I'll slaughter the Yuehua School. Cut the crap, let's see who's stronger. Ling Xiao was very clear that it was meaningless to reason with an unreasonable person. Instead of talking, it was better to fight. After saying that, Ling Xiao quickly entered his human dragon form and circulated his true origin. A clear dragon roar resounded through the sky. At the same time, behind Ling Xiao, a faintly discernible scene of mountains and rivers appeared. It was the first time he had used the mountain river martial spirit to form a virtual image. However, the image was too blurry, and it was not very clear. What kind of martial spirit is this? Everyone who came here knew that Ling Xiao had a martial spirit, but they had never seen such a magnificent and dazzling martial spirit. It was as if the whole world had been absorbed into the martial spirit. This made the hundreds of elites led by the Black Dragon King change their expressions. The dragon tribesmen who came to watch the show also showed a look of astonishment. Kill. Everyone, attack together and surround this kid. We can't let him escape. The Black Dragon King gave the order. Hundreds of elites moved out at the same time, urging the Earth Dragon and the Cyclops Behemoth to rush out and surround Ling Xiao, forming an airtight encirclement. Righteousness of the underworld? No one cared about righteousness of the underworld. Killing the enemy was the only goal. A bunch of idiots. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a smirk, and the overflow rain sword in his hand flashed. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Overflow rain sword, rotting sword rain. This move was a special skill of the overflow rain sword. It could kill enemies in a large area and cause a strong corrosive effect. The stronger the sword owner was, the stronger the corrosive effect. It was only limited to the Transcendence realm. In an instant, a torrential rain poured down from the sky. However, it was not water droplets, but sword blades. It was a sharp blade that could corrode everything. No, what's going on? In an instant, screams sounded one after another. In just one move, hundreds of elites were reduced to a few dozen in an instant. The rest had all fallen under the attack of the rotting sword rain. After all, this was a group attack, so its power was slightly weaker. Therefore, the damage it caused to the stronger dragon race cultivators was limited. Bastard! The Black Dragon King attacked in anger. He did not transform into his black dragon form, but instead fought with Ling Xiao in his human dragon form. He opened his black dragon claws and clawed at Ling Xiao. In an instant, Black True Chi kept churning, like a black mountain pressing down. Black Mountain Claw. This was still not a dragon race martial skill. Ling Xiao suspected that the reason the Black Dragon King maintained his human dragon form was to use this martial skill. It was likely that he learned it from the Black Spirit Organization or the Flame Deity. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He stabbed out with the Overflow Rain Sword again and again, destroying the Black Mountain Claw's true chi layer by layer. He stabbed out 7 times in a row. The will of the mountains and rivers accompanied by sword chi pierced out, directly shattering the Black Mountain Claw. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and the mountains collapsed. After the two sides exchanged blows, the Black Dragon King's face turned pale, and his dragon claws trembled slightly. Under Ling Xiao's feet, the ground was almost completely shattered. His face was flushed, and his legs trembled slightly. This time, the two of them were actually evenly matched in this exchange. Chapter 562. Black Dragon King. Is that all you have? I didn't use any sword moves and only used normal attacks on you. But you were unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to me. You dare to threaten to kill me with just this? Ling Xiao sneered and activated the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. His body quickly returned to normal. His legs no longer trembled, and his face no longer flushed red. I'm just teasing you. Do you really think you're that powerful? If I want to kill you, it would be like slaughtering a dog or a chicken. Black Dragon King's expression also returned to normal. His true essence suddenly became stronger, and his originally tall and mighty body became even taller. His body, which was originally only 2 to 3 meters tall, instantly grew to 5 to 6 meters tall. Not only that, his entire body had almost completely transformed into the appearance of a black dragon, including the black dragon scales, black head, blood-red dragon eyes, and dragon claws. Black chi surged around his body, and it was actually much stronger than before. The moment this form appeared, all the spiritual energy in the world seemed to surge towards his body, producing some kind of special resonance. In the sky, a pitch-black cloud appeared, and it actually had signs of causing the world to change. Brat, I have lived for more than 10,000 years. Although I am unable to reach a stronger cultivation because of the seal, the amount of battles I have experienced and the amount of time I have cultivated far exceeds yours. This form is something that you will never be able to condense. Black Dragon King stood proudly and said coldly, Today, I will let you know what the dragon race is, what the black dragon is. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body suddenly pounced forward. A gust of wind actually lifted up a huge rock, causing smoke and dust to swirl around. It was extremely fierce. In this form, Black Dragon King's strength was already close to Black Dragon form, but his speed did not slow down. Instead, his moves were even more vicious and terrifying. Almost every punch would cause a huge crack to appear on the ground. He had a feeling that the current Black Dragon King was 30 to 40% stronger than before. This time, the dragon claw condensed into a fist and punched down. Black flames exploded, and a crazy heat wave engulfed the scene. Black Flame Fist. Black flames wrapped around the huge dragon claw, forming a huge fireball that smashed towards Ling Xiao's head like a meteorite. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. The Overflow Rain Sword in his hand was replaced by the Ice Dragon Sword. His body was also gradually changing. His original humanoid dragon form gradually developed in the direction of the primordial golden dragon. He looked 80% like a human and 20% like a dragon. The dragon horns on his head were even clearer. Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Water Fusion. Amidst the thunderous roar, the force field around them suddenly changed. The Black Dragon King's tyrannical punch actually brushed past the tip of the sword and landed 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, instantly creating a huge crater burning with black flames. Within the vague shadows of mountains and rivers behind Ling Xiao, the glaciers became more and more real, and then almost seemed to condense into a solid entity. Power of glacier, ice storm. He didn't hold back. Facing the Black Dragon King, Ling Xiao didn't dare to hold back either. Within the violent snowstorm, there was a powerful will of mountains and rivers. It was like a glacier directly piercing towards the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly. He knew that his defense could not block this attack. The Black Spirit Imperial Advisor finally made his move. Originally, he wanted the Black Dragon King to kill Ling Xiao alone. This way, it would obviously increase the Black Dragon King's reputation. But from the looks of it now, if he still didn't make a move, the Black Dragon King would probably fall. Black Rope Purgatory. The moment the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor made his move, countless black true essence shot out from his body. These black true essence were like black ropes, entangling the ice dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. This Black Rope Purgatory was an absolute art of black spirit. It was an innate martial art. Like the dragon's roar, it could continuously increase its power as one's strength increased. In the hands of the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor, it had the power of a peak gold rank martial art. True essence condensed into a black rope, entangling the enemy or their weapon. Not only could it inject terrifying illusions, it could also absorb the enemy's true essence. The spectators could clearly see that the range of the black rope was wrapped in a black space. This was a martial skill that involved the power of space. The black rope suddenly tightened and actually wanted to pull the ice dragon's sword away from Ling Xiao's hands. At that time, Ling Xiao could even feel that his true essence was being sucked away by the black rope along with the ice dragon's sword. It's indeed strange. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and suddenly raised the purple flash sword in his right hand. Purple lightning shocks the world. The resplendent purple light soared into the sky, and the pitch-black night sky instantly became as bright as day. Break for me. Ling Xiao faced the Black Rope Purgatory. Although it was a bit troublesome at the beginning, he did not have the slightest fear. The purple flash sword used a special skill to upgrade to an immortal rank artifact, which was enough to cut through the Black Rope Purgatory. Crackle. The purple flash sword emitted the sound of electricity. Lightning celestial phenomenon. Boom. Under the attack of the immortal rank artifact, purple lightning shocks the world. All of the black ropes were like ordinary ropes. They were cut into pieces and immediately lost their original effect. Even the Black Rope Purgatory was cut open by the sword, revealing a bright light. Crackle. Crackle. The continuous flow of electricity shattered the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor's black cloak, revealing his strange face. That face was very strange. It had no eyes, no nose, and no mouth. It was simply a black hole of nothingness. Could it be that Black Spirit didn't have a physical body? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of this. When he killed the Black Spirit expert, he felt it. That feeling was very strange. It was as if the corpse did not belong to the Black Spirit expert. It's really someone from the Black Spirit organization? Our Imperial Preceptor has always been our enemy. The Black Dragon King actually conspired with his enemy to seize the throne. For a moment, the onlookers became excited. Black Dragon King, your plot has been exposed. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. So what? As long as I kill you, what can those cowards do? I am still the Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon King roared. That's true. It seems like only by killing you can we solve this problem. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the two experts in front of him. If he wanted to kill these two today, he would have to use all of his skills. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him. Everyone listen to my order. Surround Ling Xiao and set up the dragon trapping array. We must kill this brat. The Black Dragon King's face was gloomy. He did not care about his face anymore. It did not matter if he was the only one who did it. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it would be a victory. Those who are watching the show, listen up. Whoever is willing to help will be the hero of the Dragon Nation. Not only will they be given a high position, but they will also be rewarded with top martial arts. The Black Dragon King continued to incite the crowd. If you just watch the show, you will not be rewarded. Of course, As long as you don't help Ling Xiao, you will still have your original position. He did not want to offend those who were watching the show, although he really hated those people. Chapter 563. Although the Black Dragon King hated those onlookers, he was helpless. Right now, he didn't dare to completely offend those onlookers. If he really did, those onlookers would instantly betray him and join forces with Ling Xiao to kill him. At that time, it would be too late for him to cry. Kill. Kill. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. In the face of benefits, few people could remain calm. Although Ling Xiao had already shown his strength, some people still felt that the Black Spirit Organization and the Black Dragon King were stronger together. Now, as long as they joined the Black Dragon King, not only would they obtain benefits, they would also be safer. The 30 or so remaining experts under the Black Dragon King, in addition to the thousands of Dragon Clan cultivators who were willing to join the Black Dragon King, released their true chi and poured it into a magic artifact called the Dragon Trapping Pillar. This magic artifact was a rare grade artifact. Although it was called the Dragon Trapping Pillar, it could actually trap any living thing. As long as one poured their true chi into it, the Dragon Trapping Pillar would automatically release a Dragon Trapping Array. Arranging a spirit array was very simple, which was why the Black Dragon King had the upper hand in the battle against the Golden Dragon Clan. Wong. A strange sound rang out as hundreds of rays of light suddenly appeared on the Dragon Trapping Pillar, interweaving into a strange pattern of a rope trapping a dragon. This pattern continued to hover above the Dragon Trapping Pillar before quickly enveloping everything within a radius of several hundred meters with Ling Xiao as the center. Cracking sounds could be heard from the shattered boulders and trees. The ground continued to sink as if it was being pressed down by something. A dragon trapping array arranged by thousands of Dragon Clan cultivators working together with the Dragon Trapping Pillar was definitely not to be underestimated. According to common sense, this kind of spirit array, no matter how strong a peak 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator was, they would definitely be killed. In this way, the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Tutor wouldn't need to act. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. He couldn't be judged by common sense. His Mountain River martial spirit was the martial spirit of the first human king, the sacred dynasty's divine ancestor. It was a martial spirit that encompassed the entire mysterious world's laws. As the Dragon Trapping Array pressed down, Ling Xiao's pupils turned golden as strange inscriptions and numbers constantly flashed. He was analyzing the dragon trapping formation, looking for its flaws and ways to control it. In the face of such a powerful formation, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a smug smile. This bunch of idiots, even if they were to join forces to attack him, it would still be better than using a formation to deal with him. This was simply giving him a head on a silver platter. Ling Xiao stood there, allowing the dragon trapping array to fall on his head. Then, at some point, the true essence in his body actually connected with the dragon trapping array. This formed a perfect cycle. Like a fruit on a tree, it began to crazily absorb the nutrients in the dragon trapping array. Kill him quickly, quickly. The Black Spirit Imperial Preceptor had the best eyesight. He saw that something was wrong and his voice became sharp. Unfortunately, he didn't have a face, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. However, from the sound of his voice, she guessed that he was very nervous. Black Rope Purgatory. The Black Spirit Imperial Advisor once again used the Black Rope Purgatory, attempting to combine it with the Dragon Trapping Array to kill Ling Xiao. Black Dragon's Roar. The Black Dragon King finally used his own Dragon's Roar. The terrifying energy accumulated to a point. His true essence was like a majestic sun as it shot out, forming an earth-shattering aura that blasted towards Ling Xiao. It was as if an ancient almighty was launching an attack. Pong 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 pong. The rest of the warriors who were free also launched their own attacks, all of which landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor began to shatter. After all, these attacks weren't child's play. They were too powerful. If he hadn't secretly controlled the dragon trapping array to weaken the power of these attacks, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Ha ha ha, are you guys trying to scratch this young master's itch? Although Ling Xiao didn't feel good, he liked this feeling. It wasn't that he liked to torture himself, but because as long as he could withstand the attacks, the dragon trapping array would continuously transfer the energy into his body, becoming an opportunity for him to increase his strength. Shameless boasting. Don't listen to this brat's bluff. Continue attacking. He definitely can't withstand it. Don't stop attacking. No one believed Ling Xiao's words. This was, of course. Under such circumstances, how could any enemy believe his words? Over 1,000 warriors, each of them had a ferocious and excited expression. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, they would be able to obtain everything they wanted. For those things, even if they had to kill an innocent person. So what? It wasn't like they hadn't done that before. Ling Xiao sneered and didn't say anything. He continued to absorb the energy in a low-key manner. This could be considered the greatest opportunity after entering the Moonlight Pagoda. He definitely couldn't let it go. He could feel that something in his body had changed. The primordial golden dragon cells continued to increase. 31, 32, 40. When 40 primordial golden dragon cells awakened, his strength increased by another 500 kilograms for no reason. Not only that, but the more primordial golden dragon cells in his body, the stronger his strength in his dragon form. Originally, in his dragon form, his strength could increase by 50%. If he used the Dragon Clan's martial arts, it could even double. And with the awakening of the primordial golden dragon cells, his attack strength increased by another 40%. With this accumulation, his combat strength was close to that of the primordial golden dragon. And things definitely didn't end there. Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was also constantly rising. Although he didn't take any elixirs, he had consumed the fire spirit fruit and water spirit fruit, and also absorbed the gold spirit core. The medicinal effects hadn't been completely digested yet. He could use this opportunity to constantly temper his original cultivation and then consolidate his realm. On this foundation, he continued to rise. If one could see Ling Xiao's blood now, they would definitely discover that some golden cells had appeared in Ling Xiao's dark red blood, and there were more and more of them. When these cells reached a certain level, his blood would completely transform into the golden primordial golden dragon blood. At that time, he would really be as powerful as the primordial dragon emperor. Boom! His strength had finally accumulated to a certain level, and it was completely a gift from his opponent. Above his head, a dazzling golden light burst forth, like an ancient primordial golden dragon soaring straight into the sky. Early transcendent 8th layer. Ling Xiao had broken through once again. When a cultivator reached the 8th layer divine transformation realm, their entire body would undergo earth-shaking changes, evolving in the direction of a god, almost completely breaking free from the shackles of the human cage. Not good. How did he break through? Isn't he only at the middle transcendent 7th layer? But this doesn't feel like the 7th layer at all. Early transcendent 8th layer. How could this be? Countless people exclaimed. Chapter 564. Among the crowd, one person's eyes lit up. She was a descendant of the ancient nature dragon. To be precise, she was only an emerald dragon. However, she was the ruler of the emerald dragons, the Emerald Dragon King. This boy really is the inheritor of the ancient golden dragon's bloodline, and he seems to have surpassed his father. He actually saw through the dragon trapping array and used it to break through his cultivation. Amazing. Like the Emerald Dragon King, the other leaders of the dragon race also felt apprehensive and wanted to submit. After all, the golden dragon race was the orthodox race. If Ling Xiao could really defeat the Black Dragon King, then they would naturally choose to remain loyal to the golden dragon race. Ling Xiao didn't know what these dragon race leaders were thinking. After his breakthrough, he used the power of the dragon trapping array to consolidate his cultivation before revealing a sinister grin. Since you're helping the Black Dragon King, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dragon's Wrath. The dragon trapping array, which was already under his control, suddenly emitted a dazzling light and released a terrifying shockwave outwards. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously as explosions rang out. Dragonmen with slightly lower cultivation were directly blown to pieces. The thousands of dragon race cultivators were basically all killed in this attack. Even the dozens of elites under the Black Dragon King were mostly killed. leaving only 4 or 5 who were still alive, but they were all seriously injured. The Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Tutor were also sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, but their cultivation and defense were strong, so they didn't die and only suffered some minor injuries. Ha ha ha, Black Dragon King, Black Spirit Imperial Tutor. I really have to thank you for trapping me with the Dragon Trapping Array, which helped me break through to the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. Otherwise, I really don't know how long I would have had to wait. Ling Xiao walked out of the smoke like a golden dragon. In order to thank you, I won't torture you anymore. I'll let you all die happily in this beautiful mountain range. So, Ling Xiao's body suddenly moved. Although it seemed like a crazy speed, there was a sense of ease in his movements, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. In an instant, he arrived beside a heavily injured Black Dragon Elite and stabbed out with his sword. This 8th layer Transcendent Realm Black Dragon Elite didn't even have time to react before the purple lightning sword pierced through his body, sending a terrifying electric current coursing through his body. After a short moment, his entire body dried up and all the blood in his body was burned dry, causing him to become a terrifying dried corpse. Congealing water. The purple flash sword's congealed water was very interesting. It was blue and lustrous like electricity. In an instant, he passed through the bodies of 2 Black Dragon Elites. His movements were so relaxed and direct. Bang! The 2 bodies first froze and then shattered. The corpses turned into pieces and fell to the ground. There were still blue electric currents flashing constantly. In the blink of an eye, 3 Black Dragon Elites died under his sword. They didn't even give the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor a chance to save them. Damn it! I didn't expect that this kid was actually proficient in formations, and instead used our dragon trapping formation to break through. The Black Dragon King watched his elites die one by one. He was so angry that his liver and guts were about to burst. After all, if he wanted to rule the dragon race, he couldn't do it without these Black Dragon Elites. Not to mention, many of them were his relatives. He was very worried that his son would also die at the hands of Ling Xiao. So he transformed into his Black Dragon form and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just 2 steps. Kid, hand over your life. He hoped that he could stop Ling Xiao and prevent Ling Xiao from continuing to kill. In his huge Black Dragon form, the Dragonland actually began to wither. Black energy constantly entered the Black Dragon King's body from under his feet. This guy, has he already refined the Dragonland into his own magic weapon? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't expect this situation, but it didn't matter. He just had to kill the Black Dragon King. The Moonlight Dragonland is mine. The Black Dragon King's huge black wings flapped constantly. A large amount of world energy and life force poured into his body from the ground, causing his body to constantly expand, as if it was about to explode. Wrath of the Dragon Clan. The Black Dragon King originally planned to continue absorbing energy, but Ling Xiao had already gone to the Black Dragon Young Lord. In order to save his son, he had no choice but to use the Wrath of the Dragon Clan that he had yet to fully condense. This attack condensed all the true essence in his body and the world energy within a radius of dozens of miles. It gushed out in the form of Dragon's Extinguishment, wanting to turn Ling Xiao into dust. Ling Xiao suddenly turned back. The true essence in his body erupted. Golden light constantly wrapped around his body, and the golden dragon scales flickered with a dazzling light. This could be considered as creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west. He deliberately attacked the Black Dragon Young Lord, but his actual goal was the Black Dragon King. In an instant, his body entered the form of the immemorial Golden Dragon. His huge body was not inferior to the Black Dragon, and it was even more mighty and valiant. Will of mountains and rivers, dragon's roar. Behind him, the image of mountains and rivers was faintly condensed. The martial soul of mountains and rivers was all-encompassing. It could even be used in the form of the immemorial Golden Dragon. The dragon's roar was already terrifying enough. Coupled with the will of mountains and rivers, it crashed into the Black Dragon King's Wrath of the Dragon Clan. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying scene of the Dragon Clan's wrath collided with the dragon's roar under the will of mountains and rivers. An earth-shattering true essence storm appeared at the point of collision. In this storm, there seemed to be a living creature wailing and a divine dragon roaring. The storm soared into the sky, forming a pillar of golden and black light that pierced through the sky. It was nearly 100 meters tall. The situation was very strange. Ling Xiao's huge body in the form of the immemorial golden dragon rushed out of the true essence storm. His entire body was still shining with golden light, and there was not the slightest injury. However, on the other side, the Black Dragon King's body was torn apart by the angry golden light. He fell from the storm, his body covered in black and red blood. The originally shiny black scales were now covered in dark red marks and scars. How is this possible? You're not from the Golden Dragon clan. The Black Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao in horror. There was only despair and shock left in his eyes. Even if your talent is outstanding, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. You're an immemorial golden dragon? No, you're the Dragon Emperor of the Great Desolation. His voice was only heard by Ling Xiao in the storm. It's a little too late for you to know now. Ling Xiao sneered, without any emotion. The huge golden dragon claw slapped the Black Dragon King's head, and blood spurted out like a huge fountain. Ling Xiao naturally would not waste it. This was the dragon blood of the Black Dragon King. It was definitely very precious. He kept the dragon blood in the Mountain River world and placed it in a separate place. He also cut out the Black Dragon King's dragon pearl and temporarily placed it in the Mountain River world. Apart from that, he also collected the Dragonland magical treasure. Chapter 565. Ling Xiao was prepared to absorb the energy of the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl before absorbing the energy of the Black Dragon King's Dragon Pearl. Seeing the terrifying scene of Ling Xiao killing the Black Dragon King, countless dragons trembled. Such a powerful Black Dragon King was actually ravaged by this young man. This young man is too terrifying. Run! The Black Dragon young lord was so scared that he no longer had any thoughts of resisting. He brought the remaining Black Dragon experts and fled in panic. Imperial Tutor, help me take care of my son. The Black Dragon King was indeed from the dragon race. Even though he was injured to such an extent, he still used his last breath to shout to the Imperial Tutor, "This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. He is neither a human nor a dragon. He is a demon of the desolate era." His voice was mournful and miserable. Hearing it, one's scalp tingled. The Imperial Tutor was already frightened by Ling Xiao's fighting style. Since the Black Dragon King was already dead, he did not want to stay and die. Thus, he quickly fled the scene. You want to leave after acting cool? In your dreams. Ling Xiao flapped his huge wings and instantly flew dozens of miles. With a slap, he turned the Black Dragon young lord and the other Dragonians into meat paste. Then, he stood in front of the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor was already scared out of his wits. How could he still have the strength to fight? He only cared about escaping. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by Ling Xiao's claw. Then, Ling Xiao shot out dozens of heavenly dragon divine finger until the Imperial Tutor was left with his last breath. Ling Xiao did not kill him. Instead, he kept him in the Mountain River world. This creature was the main culprit behind the disappearance of the Human King and other experts 100,000 years ago. He really had to study it carefully. After doing all these, Ling Xiao returned to his human form. Then, he heard the cheers of the dragon race. Sure enough, they were a group of fence-sitters. Ling Xiao secretly sneered. When he was fighting with the Black Dragon King, these guys were just spectators. Now that he killed the Black Dragon King, they immediately chose to submit. However, it didn't matter. This dragon's land had been refined into a magic weapon by the Black Dragon King. If he kept it, he could monitor the movements of these dragons at any time. If there were any who dared to betray him, he would definitely not be lenient. Return to Dragon Palace, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, the golden dragon wings on his back unfurled. Long Chun and Lin Bei were already beside him. Lin Bei, after we go back, you will be in charge of all the matters of the dragon tribe for the time being. I still have other things to do, so I won't waste any more time. Ling Xiao did not forget that he was still in the Moonlight Pagoda. Entering the Dragon's Land had been an accident, and now that he had dealt with the matters here, he had to continue with the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Although Yang Kai hadn't found any clues about the fourth stage in the Dragonland this time, that wasn't important as he had already obtained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had even broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, and he had also obtained 2 Dragon King's Dragon Pearls. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, the Emerald Dragon King of the Emerald Dragon Clan and the Silver Dragon King of our Silver Dragon Clan are both loyal to the old Dragon Emperor. It would be more appropriate for them to assist your Majesty Dragon Emperor. Lin Bei said modestly. Don't argue about this matter anymore. In the entire Dragon Tribe, I only trust the 2 of you. In the future, Long Chun will be the new Dragon Emperor and will control the Dragonland. You will assist him. As for the Emerald Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, let's see how they perform first. Ling Xiao still had his own matters to attend to, so he couldn't lead the Dragon Tribe to do anything. It was more appropriate to leave this matter to Long Chen. As long as Long Chun was loyal to him, the entire Dragon Tribe would be under his control, which would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, he also had a backup plan. If Long Chun was bewitched and wanted to leave or betray him, he naturally had the means to replace him with the new Dragon Emperor. That's right, he wanted to control the Dragon Tribe in the palm of his hand. After all, these guys were ancient divine beasts. Once they rebelled, it would be very troublesome. Not long after, the Dragon Tribe returned to Dragon Palace City. Ling Xiao publicly announced that the Black Dragon King had been killed and then promoted Long Chun to the position of Dragon Emperor. As for the Black Dragon Clan, he had no interest in exterminating them. In any case, as long as they were in the Land of Dragons, the Black Dragon Tribe would be under his control. He hoped that these guys weren't brainless. Otherwise, what awaited them would only be a tragedy more terrifying than the end of the world. After the Dragon Emperor's ascension ceremony ended, Long Chun suddenly took out something and gave it to Ling Xiao. Could this be the opportunity of the Land of Dragons? Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was a little hurried. He clearly saw that it was a book made entirely of gold. It was covered with all kinds of inscription arrays, and there were also 4 clear words, Book of Seals. Little Big Brother, this book was given to the Golden Dragon Tribe by the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden for safekeeping. She said that after meeting her successor, it should be returned. Ling Xiao nodded, already understanding in his heart. At that time, the entire mystic world was in trouble. The Book of Seals and the Dragon Tribe were put into the Moonlight Pagoda for protection by the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden. That was why it was not taken away by He Ling. He opened the Book of Seals and found that it was completely blank inside. However, there were many grids on it that could be used to embed sealing cards. There were 10 grids on each page, and the Book of Seals had 100 pages. In other words, the maximum number of sealing cards that could be embedded was not more than 1,000. Ling Xiao thought about it and took out the 3 sealing cards that he had obtained earlier. The Lady of Illusionary, the 1,000 Poisonous Giant Python, and the 5-faced monster. He then placed them into the grids. The moment the card was placed inside, it flashed with a strange golden light, and some new text appeared. There are 3 types of sealing cards: monster cards, secret skill cards, and item cards. Each card has a limit to the number of times it can be used. After it's used up, the picture on the card will disappear. However, the card will be preserved and can be used to seal other things. Ling Xiao smiled as he read. Monsters, secret skills, and items that are sealed by sealing cards can be completely controlled by the holder of the Book of Seals. However, monsters that are sealed by the holder of the Book of Seals must be defeated by the holder of the Book of Seals. Let's give it a try. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 cards in his Book of Seals. They should be monster cards. Release, Infinite Poison Boa. As Ling Xiao took out the Infinite Poison Boa's sealing card, the Book of Seals emitted a dazzling golden light. He then chanted, and the Infinite Poison Boa immediately appeared in the Dragon Palace. Theoretically, such a beast would rush to attack anything that it saw. However, the Infinite Poison Boa was very calm at that moment. It seemed to be waiting for Ling Xiao's order. Follow me. Ling Xiao ordered the Infinite Poison Boa to follow him to the barren land outside the Dragon Palace. Attack that giant rock. The infinite poison boa roared and pounced on the giant rock. It spat out thick venom, and the giant rock was instantly dissolved by the venom. Great. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. He realized that among the 3 monster cards, only the 5-faced monster could be used 3 times. Meanwhile, the Lady Dreamless and the infinite poison boa could only be used once. Chapter 566. After using it, the seal card became blank. La, stay here and protect Long Chun. As long as the 10,000 poisons python didn't die, it could continue to live. This was a good point. After all, it was a peak level 8 beast. It would be good as Long Chin's mount or bodyguard. Roar. The 10,000 poisons python roared and nodded. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He took the blank seal card to the place where the battle took place. He pointed at the Black Dragon King's corpse and shouted, "Seal." The Black Dragon King, who was already broken, was actually sealed in the card. Moreover, it was still in a complete state. The upper left corner showed his strength. Half-step Heavenly Venerable, 10% strength. The upper right corner showed the number of times he could use it, 3 times. It seemed that at this stage, even a half-step Heavenly Venerable monster could use it 3 times. Not bad, not bad. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this. It was a pity that he only had 3 seal cards now. Otherwise, he would have sealed the Poison Dragon King. Although the Poison Dragon King wasn't as strong as the Black Dragon King, it wasn't weak. Speaking of the Poison Dragon King, Ling Xiao definitely had to kill it. It was the Black Dragon King's loyal henchman, and he had obtained its Dragon Pearl. If he didn't kill it, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, after the Poison Dragon King was killed, Ling Xiao reinstated an old fellow who had more prestige in the Poison Dragon clan and was also an enemy of the Poison Dragon King. After putting away the seal book, Ling Xiao went to bid farewell to Long Chun and the others. Then, he went outside the Land of the Dragons and took out the magic treasure Land of the Dragons that he obtained from the Black Dragon King. He stored the entire Land of the Dragons. At that moment, the ground in the Moonlight Pagoda shook. Several people who were cultivating were awakened. However, their luck wasn't bad. After this energy fluctuation, the monsters that would have come out to cause trouble in the 3rd stage actually hid in their lairs and didn't come out. This was equivalent to giving the trial disciples more time to cultivate. Outside the Moonlight Pagoda, the higher-ups, including the Moon Maiden, were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that there was actually a golden divine dragon coiling around the Moonlight Pagoda. After circling for a while, it left. What the hell is going on inside? Why did a golden divine dragon appear? This was something that had never happened in the Tower Ascension ceremony before. Countless questions lingered in the minds of the higher-ups of Yuehua School. They were really eager to know what had happened inside. It was just a pity that even Empyrean Heavenly Eye's vertical eye was unable to see through the situation inside too. He could only wait. After leaving the Land of the Dragon, Ling Xiao didn't look for Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and Shangguan Lei. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Now, they could only rely on themselves. Ling Xiao still needed to find clues leading to the 4th level, so he went to the next secret area. It was already the 2nd day after they entered the 3rd stage. Normally, there would be a level 8 ferocious beast causing trouble today. People like Dai Yuling, Long Hao, Shangguan Lei, Lu Lai, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and the others would be in danger of being eliminated. However, due to the influence of the Dragonland, the level 8 vicious beast did not appear. It could only be said that these people had benefited from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had inadvertently improved the overall result of this Tower Ascension ceremony by a large margin. Back then, the Flame Deity and Headmaster Chong Yueying only stayed in the 3rd level for 2 days before they were eliminated. Every day that followed was a new record. However, this didn't mean much to Ling Xiao. He didn't care about such an undeserved reputation. His goal was the 4th level, the 4th level that no one had reached in nearly 1,000 years. After half an hour, Ling Xiao arrived at a barren desert. In the desert, scorpion-type vicious beasts that were originally very active were now hiding under the desert. This saved Ling Xiao a lot of effort. Otherwise, those elusive desert scorpions would become a huge threat to any trial disciple. This was most likely the effect of the terrifying dragon aura released by the land of the dragon. Black Spirit City. Ling Xiao stopped. In front of him, there was a city standing in the desert. Although it was very damaged, there was a mass of black energy that completely wrapped the city. People outside couldn't easily enter. On the city walls, every brick and stone revealed an evil and ancient aura, revealing the traces of countless years. This wouldn't be the city walls that were built after Black Spirit entered the mystic world 100,000 years ago, right? Ling Xiao had roughly learned about this history from the Dragon Clan, so he quickly associated it with the terrible war that suddenly occurred 100,000 years ago. This architectural style was completely different from the architectural style of the mystic world. Even if it was a building that was preserved 100,000 years ago, it was still incompatible with this thing. It must be built by Black Spirit. Ling Xiao observed for a while and had already determined his thoughts. These buildings built by Black Spirit were full of obvious foreign style. More importantly, there were many things that Ling Xiao couldn't understand at all. There were also no records in the ancient books. Let's go in and see what's going on. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao released a Sword Soul Doppelganger, and it passed through the black light shield without any accident. This meant that the black light shield shouldn't be dangerous to the disciples participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony. The moment he stepped into the black light shield, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were people inside. And there were actually two of them, the Flame Deity's clone, Wang Nan, and Bai Fei Fei. Ling Xiao, it's you? Ling Xiao smiled lightly. He was now an early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator and had many trump cards, so he didn't fear Bai Fei Fei at all. Even with Wang Nan, he might not be afraid. Obtaining the Book of Seals would provide him with powerful combat strength. Good, little brat. How about we cooperate? The Flame Deity's clone, Wang Nan, showed a smile. Cooperate with you? I'm afraid there won't even be bones left. Ling Xiao shook his head. Little brat, this senior always means what he says. This senior wanted to enter Black Spirit City before, but in the end, he failed. This is not a secret plane that can be completed by one person. You have no choice. Wang Nan said lightly, after this matter is done, the three of us will divide the loot equally. Godfather, why beg him? Bai Fei Fei said with some displeasure. Shut up, father knows what to do. Wang Nan glanced at Bai Fei Fei, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, this senior believes you are a smart person and will definitely agree to cooperate. You should know that there is no one else here who knows the situation of Black Spirit City better than this senior. There are mechanical puppets made by the Black Spirit clan guarding it. Without this senior's guidance, you will waste a lot of time and energy. Mechanical puppets? Interesting. Ling Xiao had long heard that the Blue Eyes clan's mechanical puppets were found in ancient tombs. Thinking about it this way, it was possible that the Blue Eyes clan's mechanical puppets were brought to the sealed world by the Black Spirit clan. Chapter 567. Ling Xiao was very interested in puppet technology. Thinking that the Black Spirit clan's puppet technology might be left in the Black Spirit City, he was a bit tempted. So, what's your decision? Wang Nan asked. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. Very good. I didn't think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. It's really sad. The Flame Deity's clone, Wang Nan, felt a bit emotional. When Ling Xiao entered Yuehua School, he was just an insignificant ant. He didn't even want to look at him. But he didn't think that today, he would have to cooperate with this ant. Ling Xiao's many abilities were beyond his reach. He had to rely on him. Would he sincerely cooperate with Ling Xiao? Of course not. They were just using each other. Whether it was the Flame Deity, Bai Fei Fei, or Ling Xiao, they wouldn't let the other take away their benefits. The Flame Deity was trying to use Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also wanted to use the Flame Deity's experience here. Once he was done, the Flame Deity would naturally burn the bridge after crossing the river and kill Ling Xiao. He still didn't know about the Dragon's Land. If he knew, he would probably find a way to kill Ling Xiao faster. As for Ling Xiao, he had also decided. He would eliminate Bai Fei Fei here. He couldn't let this idiot woman continue to become stronger. In addition, he had to destroy the Flame Deity's clone and completely destroy the Flame Deity's plot. He could even imagine the flame deity's angry expression after his plan was destroyed. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Bai Feifei and the flame deity were definitely on the same side. This idiot woman had learned the viciousness and arrogance of her adoptive father, the flame deity, but not his insidiousness. Empyrean Demon Flame reckoned that not only was he scheming against Ling Xiao, but he was also preparing to scheme against Bai Feifei. As for Ling Xiao, he had a grudge against the other two. Naturally, he treated the other two as his opponents, or even enemies. The three of them had a tacit understanding as they walked into the Black Spirit City together. The flame deity's clone, Wang Nan, led the way. Ling Xiao walked in the middle. Bai Feifei stared at Ling Xiao from behind. This idiot woman was probably worried that Ling Xiao would harm the flame deity's clone, so she wanted to monitor Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao just smiled disdainfully. If he wanted to do something, even if Bai Feifei wanted to stop him, she couldn't stop him. Along the way, although there were many monsters, there were no mechanical puppets like the flame deity's clone had mentioned. These monsters were generally around the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, so with the strength of Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame's avatar, he didn't even need to do anything. As long as he walked over, the black flames would scare these monsters away. Therefore, the journey was quite leisurely. In front of us should be the most noteworthy place in Black Spirit City, the City Lord's Mansion. A long time ago, a battle may have occurred there. There are many corpses inside as well as a large number of scattered divine weapons. About an hour later, the flame deity's clone, Wang Nan, stopped and pointed to a distant building covered in red light. This dazzling red light was actually a terrifying murderous aura and resentment. 100,000 years ago, a terrible war had broken out here and many people had died. This senior won't be able to do it alone and will need the help of the two of you. The mechanical puppets there are at least at the early 9th stage of the transcendent realm, while the strongest may have reached the half-step heavenly venerable realm. The flame deity glanced at Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei and explained. After listening to the flame deity's words, Ling Xiao was skeptical. Circulating his mountain and river martial spirit, his pupils suddenly became deep and strange inscriptions flickered in the darkness. He wanted to personally analyze this city lord's mansion. The flame deity definitely didn't have good intentions. In an instant, the entire map of the city lord's mansion was displayed on the mountain and river martial spirit diagram, including the location and approximate strength of the mechanical puppets inside. The flame deity was really cunning. He only said that there were mechanical puppets inside, but he didn't mention that there was another kind of creature inside, the Haze Demon. The Haze Demon was something brought from another world by He Ling. They didn't have a fixed form and usually looked like a cloud of fog, but once they attacked, it was impossible to guard against them. The Haze Demon in the City Lord's Mansion was generally weaker than the mechanical puppets, but it was only 1 or 2 realms lower. It was still very powerful. In addition, it was good at sneak attacks. If one didn't know about it from the beginning, they would definitely suffer after entering. The flame deity probably fell under the attack of this Haze Demon, which was why he didn't point it out this time. He was clearly trying to kill Ling Xiao. The three of them continued to set off, and when they entered the City Lord's Mansion, they saw the corpses on the ground. These corpses had been here for too long and had long since rotted away. Most of the divine weapons in their hands had also been destroyed in battle, causing Ling Xiao to feel distressed. The mechanical puppets in the City Lord's Mansion were divided into 2 grades. One was the black iron puppets, and the other was the bronze puppets. Most of the black iron puppets were at the early to late stage of the transcendent realm. There were more of them. The bronze puppets were basically half-step heavenly venerables at the peak of the transcendent realm. Of course, there were very few of them. However, if it were just mechanical puppets, the flame deity might not have needed to recruit Ling Xiao. After all, he and Ling Xiao could be considered enemies. The key was the existence of the hidden Haze Demon. Some Haze Demons were even hiding inside the mechanical puppets, waiting for an opportunity to launch sneak attacks. Ling Xiao, you and Feifei are responsible for attracting the attention of those mechanical puppets. I'll go get the items and then we'll leave together. The flame deity's clone, Wang Nan, suddenly said, "You want me to throw my life away? You're even willing to sacrifice your adopted daughter?" Ling Xiao secretly sneered. But thinking about it, this was nothing. Bai Feifei was originally Grandmaster Bai Yun's daughter, and the flame deity had never treated Bai Feifei as a daughter. This idiot woman actually treated him as her father. Just thinking about it made him feel pitiful and sad. However, a pitiful person must have a detestable side. Bai Feifei only had herself to blame for acknowledging a thief as her father. Considering all this, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Good. Heavenly Venerable is the strongest here. You'll be in charge of getting the items. I absolutely trust you." The flame deity originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort persuading Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree so readily, causing him to feel a little uneasy. "Aren't you afraid that this senior will take the items and run away?" he asked. "Ha ha ha, you won't be able to leave, I'm sure." Ling Xiao laughed, turned around, and rushed into the city lord's mansion. The flame deity's face went cold. He really couldn't understand Ling Xiao's thoughts. Was this guy bluffing, or was he really confident that he wouldn't be able to leave this place? A trivial 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. When did this senior fear this little brat? Chapter 568. The flame deity's clone couldn't help but snort coldly, thinking, so what if Ling Xiao has some tricks up his sleeve? Today, this place will be his burial ground. However, the flame deity didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't bluffing. The reason why he chose to accept Heavenly Venerable Occult Flame's request to lure those monsters away was because he wanted to use this opportunity to arrange an array formation that could completely suppress and kill Heavenly Venerable Occult Flame's avatar, the Dragon Trapping Array. Ling Xiao wouldn't wait for the flame deity to scheme against him. He wanted to take care of the flame deity and Bai Feifei first, then slowly take those treasures. Just Empyrean Devil Flame's thoughts. How could he not understand? He wanted nothing more than to borrow the Haze Devil's power to deal with him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wanted to weaken him. Then, he wanted to use him to stall for time, so that he could steal all the treasures. According to the flame deity's plan, if Ling Xiao didn't die after obtaining the treasures, the flame deity would definitely stab him in the back. If Ling Xiao died, that would naturally be for the best. In any case, it would be beneficial to the flame deity either way. If Ling Xiao wasn't willing to lure the monsters away, then he would probably immediately receive a thunderous attack from the flame deity's clone. Because at that time, Ling Xiao would be useless. The flame deity wouldn't let him live. 1 against 2, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't choose this kind of situation. Even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Ling Xiao liked to choose an easy way to solve problems. Bang! After entering the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao directly stomped on the ground. For a moment, the entire city lord's mansion shook. However, he controlled his strength well and didn't cause the city lord's mansion to collapse directly. For a moment, a total of hundreds of guards rushed out from all over the city lord's mansion and surrounded Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Seeing those mechanical puppets approaching, Ling Xiao leaped, stepped on the head of one of the mechanical puppets, and fled out of the city lord's mansion. Feifei, follow him and find a chance to kill that brat. The flame deity's doppelganger, Wang Nan, said to Bai Feifei. Understood, father. I knew it was impossible for you to cooperate with that brat. I'll go and kill him now. Bai Feifei nodded her head and followed after him. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to clash head-on with these mechanical puppets, because there were about 10 haze demons hidden between the mechanical puppets. The haze demons weren't strong, but they were very difficult to deal with. What he needed to do now was to use the power of these fellows to activate the dragon trapping formation. As for Bai Feifei, that stupid woman, she would be finished with his adoptive father's clone later. Junior brother Ling, wait for me, Bai Feifei shouted, but she restrained her vital essence as much as possible and didn't provoke those mechanical puppets. She clearly wanted to watch the show. However, Bai Feifei didn't know that she was stepping into danger step by step. Ling Xiao activated the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, and the golden dragon wings on his back also stretched out. It looked like he was escaping, but in fact, he was drawing a strange pattern. This pattern was a set of inscriptions. This was the dragon trapping formation modified by Ling Xiao. It could be used without the dragon trapping pillar, but its power would be slightly weaker. However, It was more than enough to deal with the flame deity's doppelganger and Bai Fei. After all, if so many mechanical puppets and haze demons attacked together, the power would be enough to injure or even die tragically unless one was in the celestial realm. The flame deity was indeed a celestial realm elite, but his doppelganger couldn't reach that level. He was still able to draw inscriptions while escaping, and this relied on his speed. One had to know, those mechanical puppets were not slow. Very soon, the inscriptions on the ground were already drawn. Ling Xiao suddenly took out a piece of refining array stone, then rushed to the center of that inscriptions. Seeing this scene, Bai Fei was a little puzzled. She did not know what Ling Xiao wanted to do. He clearly already escaped the encirclement, but suddenly entered the encirclement again. Was there something wrong with him? Bang! The mechanical puppets that had been chasing impatiently long ago opened their mouths one after another, shooting out strange and powerful light beams. Ling Xiao in the center of the inscriptions was instantly blasted into pieces. That idiot! How did he die so quickly? I wonder if father got the treasures inside. Bai Fei could not see through Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger at all. Even Heavenly Empyrean might not be able to tell either. The main reason was that Ling Xiao's doppelganger belonged to the category of having a soul. A real doppelganger was basically not much different from a real person. Apart from having no flesh and blood, the body was purely condensed from energy. However, the smashed corpse had already turned into fine powder. Who knew if it was burned dry flesh powder or energy fragments? Because she was too focused on the dead Ling Xiao, Bai Fei did not notice the inscriptions flickering with an imperceptible faint light on the ground. Ling Xiao was currently hiding in the dark and released another Sword Soul doppelganger. It still stood in the center of the inscriptions, allowing those mechanical puppets and haze demons to attack. This time, the Sword Soul doppelganger lasted much longer, mainly because it was prepared and could rely on the inscriptions to guide the energy. Ling Xiao, who had time to spare, looked into the distance. That was the inner hall of the city lord's mansion. At this time, the flame deity's doppelganger, Wang Nan, had already entered that place. Because Ling Xiao lured away all the mechanical puppets and haze demons, Wang Nan did not need to fight at all to find the place where the treasures were hidden. In the inner hall, there was a secret room. After the mechanism was activated, an aura that made the flame deity's doppelganger scream in excitement suddenly filled the room. At the same time, all kinds of lights flashed. At a glance, one could tell that those things were definitely not ordinary. Damn it! How could this be? The flame deity's doppelganger touched a burn mark on his hand, and an angry and frightened expression appeared on his face. Not only was there a mechanism in the secret room, but there was also a powerful formation set up. He could not enter at all. If I had known, I would have asked Ling Xiao to come with me. This formation was very powerful. Even if it was him, one of his hands was directly crippled. Fortunately, he did not go in with his whole body. Otherwise, he would have been completely crippled. Thinking of this, Wang Nan's doppelganger directly cut off his left hand and then retreated outside. Ling Xiao must not die. Otherwise, he could forget about this treasure. Ling Xiao saw all of this with his own eyes. At this time, he had already consumed 12 doppelganger, and the dragon trapping formation was completely prepared. It should be relatively easy to suppress the flame deity's doppelganger and Bai Fei. Seeing Wang Nan's doppelganger approach, Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed out and continued to deal with the mechanical puppets and haze demons. Fei, help rescue Ling Xiao. Wang Nan's doppelganger said to Bai Fei, who was hiding in the dark and watching the show. But father, didn't you just say that you wanted to kill this kid? Wang Nan's doppelganger shook his head and said, the situation is different now. The things inside are blocked by the formation. Among the three of us, only Ling Xiao activated the formation. Damn it, this kid has been using his doppelganger to deal with those monsters. I thought he had died long ago. I was happy for nothing just now, and now my expectations are dashed again. Bai Fei was very unwilling. Why can't this Ling Xiao die? Why? Chapter 569. The doppelganger of the flame deity saw that Bai Fei seemed to be unwilling, so he said with a smile, it's okay. When we get the things, We can join forces and easily take his life. That's true. Bai Feifei nodded and then jumped into the dragon-trapping array with the flame deity. Novel, love of course, they did not know that there was a dragon-trapping array there. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Xiao suddenly showed a sinister smile. Oh no, we've been tricked. The flame deity was very smart. The moment he jumped into the dragon-trapping array, he noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly wanted to escape. However, after trapping it with great difficulty, how could Ling Xiao let them go so easily? Dragon-trapping array. Suppress. In an instant, the energy that had been absorbed was completely released. The flame deity's doppelganger and Bai Feifei were both bound by thick chains and could not move at all. Crack. The flame deity's doppelganger, Wang Nan, struggled desperately, and the chains kept making noises. It's useless, the flame deity. You two just stay here obediently and help me attract the attention of those guys. I'll enjoy the treasure alone. Ling Xiao showed a smile and then rushed out. He estimated that it would take a while to use the dragon-trapping array to directly kill the flame deity's doppelganger and Bai Feifei. He was not in a hurry. It was better to get the good stuff first. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you. Kill you. The flame deity's doppelganger was so angry that he vomited blood. He never thought that he would still fall into Ling Xiao's trap no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he was the one who ended up benefiting Ling Xiao. Father, what should we do now? This array is too strange. My vital essence is constantly being sucked away. Bai Feifei shouted anxiously. My dear daughter, do you want Ling Xiao to die? Doppelganger Wang Nan suddenly asked. Yes, how can I not? Bai Feifei really hated Ling Xiao now. Well, lend your vital essence to father. Then I can break this dragon-trapping array and kill that kid. Doppelganger Wang Nan said coldly. Okay. Bai Feifei, this stupid woman completely followed the flame deity's lead. She did not doubt the flame deity's thoughts at all. It seemed that she really treated the flame deity as her one and only father. Heavenly Venerable Occult Flame probably didn't know that everything was under Ling Xiao's control after entering Black Spirit City. The deities in the first place array that deity had the treasures array. So he was not afraid to let the flame array flame deity would be the deity had. Moreover, he predicted that the flame deity would definitely go back to find him and fall into his trap. In this world, there was probably no one who could be more calculating than him. The key was that his mountain river martial spirit's analysis and calculation ability was too terrifying. He could grasp more information than others and even predict some things in advance. He could completely control everything and be undefeated. The flame deity knew too little about him and did not know that he could do all this. Otherwise, he would have been more cautious. Ling Xiao sped up and arrived at the secret room. The mechanism to enter the secret room had been activated by the flame deity's doppelganger, but the array was still there. However, this array was the same as many of the Yuehua school's arrays. It had existed for too long and had many flaws. As long as it was a warrior who used the array, even if he only knew a little, he could find these flaws. Perhaps he could not break the array, but as long as he found the flaws, he could easily enter. There was no need to break it. After finding the flaws, Ling Xiao directly entered the secret room and found that there were many strange glass cabinets in the secret room. Glass was said to be invented by the Blue Eyes race. However, according to Ling Xiao's understanding, it could also be a masterpiece of the Black Spirit race. Moreover, the glass made by the Black Spirit race had many characteristics. For example, there were many special elements in the glass cabinets, which made it extremely hard. Its hardness was not lower than diamond. In addition, there were many arrays on the surface. Although it was not dangerous, it made the glass cabinets even more solid. It was not easy to open them. Through the glass cabinets, Ling Xiao saw many strange things. He had seen many of these things before. However, what he saw at that time was fake. It was just a painting or an illusion. However, it was real here. There was a prop that could allow one to fly by stepping on it. It was extremely fast. In the records, it was called the Wind-Fire Wheel. He did not expect it to be made by the Black Spirit race. There was also a prop that was shaped like a flying sword. However, it was wider. One could also fly by stepping on it. It was called the flying sword. However, according to Ling Xiao's observation, the meaning of the flying sword was completely different from the meaning of the flying sword. In addition to what was recorded in the records, there were many things that were not recorded. For example, there was a tube-shaped object that could directly spit out terrifying energy. For example, there was a special prop that could allow long-distance communication. For example, there was a strange prop that could record the image of a martial artist. All of these opened Ling Xiao's eyes. It was a pity that he could not take all the things here. This was because the arrays on the glass cabinets were all connected. If he only took one thing, the others would all be destroyed. Presumably, the Black Spirit race did not want to let humans have these things. The key was that these arrays were very complicated. With Ling Xiao's current level, even with the help of the Mountain River Martial Soul, he could not break them. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to choose the item that was most suitable for him from the dazzling array of items and then leave. As for the other items, there was nothing he could do if they were destroyed. Are there any clues related to the fourth stage? Ling Xiao was most concerned about the fourth stage now. He had a feeling that the fourth stage definitely contained a huge secret. This secret even involved the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden and the Moonlight Pagoda. If he could not find out the truth, he would really suffocate to death. His eyes swept across all the items in the secret room in an instant. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on one of the strange round plates. On the surface, there was nothing special about this round plate. However, Ling Xiao looked through the outside of the round plate and could see that there was a very complicated array inside the round plate. When he saw this array, a brand new map suddenly appeared on the Mountain River diagram. This was an extra space. There was an entrance that led to the top. The entrance was circular and was exactly the same size as this round plate. There must be a connection. Ling Xiao did not even have to think about it. This round plate was definitely closely related to the fourth stage. If he obtained it, he could directly open the entrance to the fourth stage. I've decided. It's you. To be honest, it was not easy to make this decision. This was because almost everything in this secret room emitted a crazy aura. Many of the items even emitted the aura of a spiritual artifact. Moreover, it was the aura of a top-notch divine-grade spiritual artifact. Chapter 570. Among the many divine weapons, Ling Xiao chose the disc that could lead him to the fourth stage. It wasn't an easy choice. Most people would probably choose the divine-grade spiritual weapon. After all, even if they entered the fourth stage, they might be eliminated directly and might not get anything in the end. Just as Ling Xiao put the disc into his storage ring, a powerful aura came from outside the secret chamber. Boom! The entire secret chamber trembled. Ling Xiao, get out here. It was the flame deity's doppelganger, Wang Nan, who appeared outside. However, this guy's aura seemed to be much stronger than before. However, his body was a little weak. Boom! The secret chamber began to self-destruct. Ling Xiao had no choice but to rush out of the formation. He had no choice. If the flame deity had come earlier, he could have used the secret chamber's formation to protect himself. However, it seemed that he couldn't do so now. When he was outside the secret chamber, Ling Xiao could see more clearly. At this time, Wang Nan's doppelganger was bleeding from many wounds all over his body. This guy must have used some method to break the dragon trapping formation and was injured as a result. It was obvious that the flame deity hated Ling Xiao to the core. There was a strong hatred in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. "Oh, you're still alive. Where's Bai Feifei?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Bastard, Ling Xiao, go to hell. I can't care so much." The flame deity didn't dare to kill a trial disciple in the Moonlight Pagoda because it might be rejected by the Moonlight Pagoda. However, at this moment, he had had enough. Ling Xiao must die. As long as he killed Ling Xiao and asked the ancient boat king for help, he should be able to avoid the Moonlight Pagoda's eyes and ears. Whoosh! The doppelganger, Wang Nan, flashed and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He struck out with both palms, full of power. Now that the secret room had been destroyed, he no longer needed Ling Xiao's ability to break the array formation. Naturally, he had to kill Ling Xiao with all his strength. Ling Xiao instantly entered his dragon form, and then opened his mouth to condense his true essence. Will of mountains and rivers, death dragons roar. Brat, you still have a trump card. Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly erupt with the strength of a transcendent realm 8th stage cultivator and enter his strange dragon form, Wang Nan's clone was stunned. However, relying on the fact that he could display 90% of his half-step Empyrean strength, he still didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. No matter what, you have to die. Your stubborn resistance is useless. Dark Flame Divine Palm. In an instant, his palms burned with black flames that were about a foot long. The terrifying flames made even Ling Xiao feel the aura of death. It was extremely frightening. Boom! The Dark Flame Divine Palm collided with the Death Dragon's roar, and the two black flames tangled in the air before exploding. The doppelganger, Wang Nan, did not retreat a single step, but Ling Xiao was pushed back more than 10 meters by the terrifying force, almost crashing into the wall. Fortunately, his movement technique was good enough to avoid that kind of ending. This clone Wang Nan is too strong. Even if I enter my ancient golden dragon form, I won't be his opponent, but Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sneer. If it were before, he would have had no choice but to run for his life, but now he naturally wasn't afraid. Little beast, hand over your life. Don't worry, you'll die here forever. Of course, you can leave your body to this senior. After gaining the upper hand in one move, clone Wang Nan's aura soared, and the expression on his face became even more ferocious, vowing to kill Ling Xiao here and now. He could also see that Ling Xiao's body was extremely powerful. If he could borrow Ling Xiao's body, his clone's strength would be even greater. It won't be me who dies, it'll be you. Ling Xiao summoned the Book of Seals. Release, Five-Faced Monster. The Five-Faced Monster was a 90% half-step heavenly venerable, comparable to clone Wang Nan in strength. If he joined in, it would be a piece of cake to kill this clone. Moreover, the Five-Faced Monster card could be used 3 times. Even if he used it once here, he still had 2 more chances. Ling Xiao planned to use this kind of transcendent monster card as soon as possible. His cultivation was advancing very quickly, and once he reached the half-step heavenly venerable realm, he probably wouldn't need this level of monster card. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Boom! Suddenly, the huge five-faced monster appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Kill him. Ling Xiao only gave one order, but it was enough. The doppelganger Wang Nan wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Ling Xiao. However, his palm was blocked by a powerful force. The 5 heads of the five-faced monster each released a different attack, which was not inferior to his palm power at all. What's going on? Why is there a 5-faced monster here, and why does it listen to him? Clone Wang Nan was shocked, completely unable to understand what was going on. He didn't know about the Book of Seals, let alone the sealing card. Facing the sudden attack, he could only react hastily. If I'm not wrong, as long as I kill you here, the flame deity will definitely sense it. I don't know if he's feeling better or not, but with his clone destroyed, he must be injured even more. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. The five-faced monster fought clone Wang Nan. Ling Xiao sat on top of the five-faced monster's head, looking very relaxed. If anyone thought he was slacking off, they were wrong. Ling Xiao didn't attack immediately because he was looking for a flaw, an opportunity to kill clone Wang Nan in one blow. Instead of attacking randomly, it was better to kill in one blow. Anyway, he had enough time to analyze now. Bastard, this senior won't let you go. Just you wait. Clone Wang Nan had the thought of retreating, because he knew very well that he was no match for the five-faced monster and Ling Xiao. However, the moment he thought of retreating, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Chance. Mountain River Will. Congealed water. He summoned the Ice Dragon Sword, and a resplendent sword light accompanied the five-faced monster's attack towards the flame deity. Clone Wang Nan clearly didn't care about Ling Xiao's attack, and focused all his energy on the battle with the five-faced monster. However, swish! This sword condensed the Mountain River Will, and its power was terrifying. With clone Wang Nan's physical strength and protective True Yuan, it was impossible to block it, unless the flame deity himself came. At the critical moment, clone Wang Nan thought of dodging. Unfortunately, it was too late. The most terrifying thing about congealed water was its cold intent, which could freeze the opponent. Clone Wangnan's limbs were extremely stiff, and he couldn't move at all. The five-faced monster took the opportunity to attack, and in an instant, Clone Wangnan was completely destroyed. It's a pity that it's just a clone. If it was the real body, it would be better. Ling Xiao looked at Clone Wangnan's body falling apart and couldn't help but shake his head. At the same time, in the Flame Deity's volcano palace. No! Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame, whose injuries had basically healed and whose cultivation had greatly increased, let out an earth-shattering scream. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! This senior must kill you. Kill you. Chapter 571. Decades of hard work had been completely destroyed by Ling Xiao in a day. The flame deity's heart was bleeding. Boom. He suddenly broke open the stone door and turned into a black flame, rushing towards the Moonlight Pagoda. In fact, his injuries had already healed because he had used his doppelganger and Hei Ling's help to get many good things from the Moonlight Pagoda. During this period of time, he had pretended that his injuries had not healed and was purely cultivating. His cultivation was no longer at the early stage of the celestial realm. He had already surpassed Wang Han Tianzuan, Heavenly Master Golden Light, and the others. He had completely become an influential figure among the inner sect elders. Ling Xiao did not know about the flame deity situation. After destroying Wang Nan's doppelganger, he used his Mountain River martial soul to search for Bai Feifei's whereabouts. Since he had killed Wang Nan's doppelganger, Bai Feifei could not be left alive. Otherwise, there would still be endless trouble. However, after searching the entire City Lord mansion, he still could not find Bai Feifei's whereabouts. Instead, he found a dried corpse at the location of the dragon trapping array. After careful identification, he discovered that it was Bai Feifei. Damn, the flame deity is really ruthless. No wonder he could escape from my dragon trapping array. It turns out that he had absorbed Bai Feifei's true origin energy. Ling Xiao could not help but feel a chill. He felt that Bai Feifei, this woman, had only herself to blame. If it was her biological father, Master Bai Yun, he would definitely not do such a disgusting thing. However, Bai Feifei should not be dead. Perhaps she was sent out of the Moonlight Pagoda and eliminated. Since she was eliminated, that was good. This woman would not be haunted and always find trouble with him. Next, Ling Xiao planned to find Dai Yuling, Shangguan Lei, and Long Hao. This was because to enter the fourth stage, at least 4 people were needed. When he took out the disc, he had analyzed it. The disc needed at least 4 martial artists to inject true origin energy at the same time to activate. Fortunately, he had 3 accomplices. Otherwise, he would have to ask Tantai Lingzi for help. Whoosh! Using the golden dragon wings, Ling Xiao instantly flew out of the City Lord's mansion. With his speed, he could come and go freely in the Black Spirit City because none of the guards here could catch up to him. After tempering himself in the Dragonland, Yang Kai had become more proficient in using his golden dragon wings. Yang Kai believed that in terms of pure speed, no one in the Transcendent Realm would be his opponent. The moment he stepped out of Black Spirit City, he suddenly frowned. He had almost forgotten that the dangers of the third stage would increase exponentially after a period of time. Although they had avoided the attacks of the level 8 and level 9 dire beasts, there should be even more terrifying half-step Heavenly Venerate dire beasts coming. The level 8 and level 9 vicious beasts should not act rashly because of the powerful dragon pressure in the land of the dragon. But half-step Empyrean level fierce beasts received very little effect. What was even more frightening was that it seemed that the Black Spirit Organization had also begun to act. Except for the Black Spirit Organization's leader, the Ancient Ship King, who was still on the Ancient Ship, the rest of the Black Spirits had spread out to kill all the Trial Disciples. Moreover, the Trial Disciples they killed would have their souls temporarily suppressed. Unless the Black Spirits were destroyed, they would never be able to leave the Moonlight Pagoda. Danger! I have to find Dai Yuling and the others quickly, lest they get killed before entering the fourth stage. While he sensed danger, the other disciples also felt the same. Tantai Lingzi, Lu Lai, Dai Yuling, Shangguan Lei, Long Hao, and the others all felt their hearts tremble as an extremely dangerous aura lingered in their hearts. At this time, Dai Yuling's cultivation had broken through to the early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Shangguan Lei's cultivation had broken through to the late Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. Long Hao's cultivation had surpassed Shangguan Lei's, breaking through to the peak Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. They hadn't obtained any other opportunities and had instead been cultivating and improving their cultivations during this time. Relying on the pills and spirit fruits Ling Xiao had left for them, their cultivation had soared rapidly. Tantai Lingzi's cultivation had also broken through from the peak Transcendent Realm 8th layer to the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer, directly crossing the invincible and peerless minor realms. Lu Lai's cultivation had also improved, but it was the least, only reaching the peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer. In any case, all of these people who had devoted themselves to cultivation had broken through. Bai Feifei had followed the flame deity around, but her cultivation hadn't broken through at all, nor had she obtained any benefits. As for Wu Yang and Qin Wu, their situation was still unclear. These two had probably been possessed by the Black Spirit, but their cultivations hadn't changed, still at the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. For Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguan Lei, entering the Moonlight Pagoda just once and achieving such a breakthrough in their cultivation, they were actually very satisfied. So even if they were faced with an impending crisis, they had nothing to fear. At worst, they would be eliminated. However, Ling Xiao couldn't let them die. After leaving Black Spirit City, Ling Xiao went to Dai Yuling's cultivation place first. When he arrived, several cultivators from the Black Spirit organization were attacking the spirit array he had arranged with all their strength, showing signs of breaking. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and the Heavenly Dipper flying swords pierced through the air, easily killing the Black Spirit Organization cultivators who were only at the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. Yuling, come with me. Without explaining too much, Ling Xiao called out to Dai Yuling, and the two of them rushed towards Shangguan Lei's cultivation place. Almost in the same situation, Ling Xiao rescued Shangguan Lei. Next, Long Hao. When Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei arrived at Long Hao's cultivation place, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, the spirit array protecting Long Hao had completely shattered. A few hundred meters away, a terrifying giant stone monster was waving a big tree in its hand, wreaking havoc. A half-step, heavenly venerable level vicious beast. It seemed to be only 10% of its strength, which wasn't too strong. Ling Xiao analyzed the situation. Although Long Hao's cultivation wasn't high, he relied on his excellent coping skills to survive despite being seriously injured. Five-faced monster. Deal with that guy. The five-faced monster released by Ling Xiao from the seal card had been following Ling Xiao. In fact, Dai Yuling and Shangguan Lei had long wanted to ask what was going on, but because Ling Xiao was too anxious, they didn't have the nerve to ask. At this time, the five-faced monster broke through the air and fought with the giant stone monster. Only then did Shangguan Lei squeeze out a sentence. Senior brother Ling, it seems that you have obtained a great opportunity. It's just good luck. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't explain much. He also had to keep the matter of the Book of Seals a secret, otherwise it would definitely arouse the greed of some people. While the five-faced monster was fighting the giant stone monster, Ling Xiao went to rescue Long Hao and Dai Yuling began to help treat him. After saving all three people, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. There should be no problem with the 4th stage, and they could proceed. I'm really sorry. I owe you another life. Long Hao smiled bitterly. Chapter 572. We're all brothers of the same sect. There's no point in talking about this. As long as it's not against me, I, Ling Xiao, have always been very generous to my fellow disciples. Ling Xiao smiled. Words can't express my gratitude. I'll remember senior brother Ling's kindness. Long Hao took a deep breath and said, boom. At this moment, the five-faced monster had already finished off the giant rock monster. After all, the difference in strength was too great. The giant rock monster was definitely not a match for the five-faced monster. Ling Xiao went over and took the monster core of the giant rock monster. This was a necessary material for refining many medicinal herbs. It would naturally be useful in the future. Many of the materials on the giant rock monster were necessary for setting up formations. Ling Xiao had set up many formations in the past few days. Although he had prepared enough materials before entering the Moonlight Pagoda, the more materials the better. When he finished collecting all the materials, Long Hao's injuries were almost healed. Let's go. I plan to go to the 4th stage. I need the 3 of you to help. Ling Xiao already knew the entrance to the 4th stage and had the key to it. Naturally, he had to go. No problem. The reason why the 3 of them could stay in the Moonlight Pagoda until now and obtain so many benefits was all because of Ling Xiao. Thus, when Ling Xiao asked them to do something, they were more than willing to do it. At the entrance to the 4th stage, the 4 of them suddenly stopped. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from dozens of meters away. The powerful and vast aura made it difficult to breathe. Oh my God! It's actually a celestial realm gatekeeper. Long Hao frowned. Although he didn't know how strong the gatekeeper was, there was no doubt that it had reached the celestial realm. This was troublesome. It was a humanoid monster. Its figure wasn't too tall, only about 3 meters tall. Its hair and beard were all white. It held a very long crescent blade in its hand and sat on a giant rock. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. What should we do, Senior Brother Ling? Long Hao asked. We have to go to the 4th stage. As for this guy, I'll think of a way. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. In any case, the 3rd stage was nearing its end. It was estimated that the monsters that would appear next would become stronger and stronger. It was even possible that in 2 hours, a celestial realm monster would appear. There were only 2 choices for the trial disciples. Either enter the 4th stage or be eliminated. Ling Xiao's choice was to enter the 4th stage. There was no doubt about it, because he really wanted to know what was in the 4th stage. Senior Brother Ling, why don't the 3 of us lure that guy away? With your movement technique, you should be able to easily enter the 4th stage. Long Hao suggested. There's no rush. Let me take a look at the Guardian first. Ling Xiao would not make any rash decisions. Even if he wanted to make a decision, he would have to wait until he understood the other party's situation. 5-faced monster. Lure the Guardian away. Ling Xiao ordered the 5-faced monster. The 5-faced monster shot out a dark green poison ray at the guard with the crescent blade. After that, the gatekeeper reacted and really chased after the 5-faced monster. It's not as fast as me, but it's faster than you. With your abilities, it's impossible to delay it. Take this opportunity to inject your vital essence into the disc. Hurry up. The Guardian did not kill the 5-faced monster in one move, which meant that it was giving the trial disciples a chance to survive. In that case, Ling Xiao had a chance. He still had 2 5-faced monsters that he could use, which was definitely enough to stall for time. What he needed to do next was to quickly activate the disc. Understood. The other 3 did not dare to be negligent. They each stood on one side and reached out to the disc to inject their energy. Then, the 4 of them injected their vital essence together, and the disc began to flicker. At the same time, Tantai Lingzi and Lu Lai were also being chased by the 3rd stage. They did not have the help of the 5-faced monster, so even if they encountered a half-step celestial master with 10% of its strength, they would be in a very difficult situation. Senior Sister Tantai, I'll lure this guy away. You must survive and strive to take the first place to show those people. Lu Lai's body darted, leading a half-step celestial master beast with 10% of its strength to chase after him. On the other side, Tantai Lingzi also began to flee. She sensed that there was definitely more than one monster chasing after the trial disciples. Before encountering greater danger, she had to try to enter the 4th stage. Lu Lai kept fleeing, but after all, he was not Ling Xiao. His speed could not be compared to Ling Xiao's, and the half-step celestial master beast was getting closer and closer to him. On Tantai Lingzi's side, she finally ran into trouble again. She was also facing a half-step celestial master beast with 10% of its strength. Although she was now at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 9th level, she was not completely powerless against it. However, after this battle, she was afraid that she would be severely injured or even on the verge of death. Therefore, if she could avoid fighting, she would try her best not to. Instead, she sped up and fled. Those who stayed knew that the longer they could hold on, the more benefits they would obtain. On the steel warship, Wu Yang and Qin Wu stood in front of the ancient ship king, listening to orders. The two of you go and find Ling Xiao. After you find him, don't ask anything. Just kill him. The ancient ship king already knew what happened in the land of dragons. This Ling Xiao actually killed one of his valiant subordinates. He absolutely could not tolerate it. Wu Yang and Qin Wu, who were controlled by He Ling, were actually not themselves. Their strength now belonged to He Ling. One was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th level, while the other was at the Invincible 9th level. Yes, sir. The two figures rushed out and began to search for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Ta moved forward for a while. At the entrance of the Moonlight Pagoda, basically, all the higher-ups of the Yuehua school had gathered here, including the flame deity. Everyone in the sect was nervous and excited at the same time. According to the time, at this time, the disciples who participated in the trial were either trapped or had all broken the record. They broke the record set by the flame deity and headmaster Chang Yuing, at least in terms of time. As for the benefits, no one knew. After all, ever since Situ Jun was eliminated, not a single disciple had been eliminated. It's the 5th day. Do you think someone has found the entrance to the 4th level? Chang Yuing suddenly asked. Impossible. They should be avoiding the 3rd level now. How can it be so easy to find the entrance to the 4th level? Even this senior and headmaster couldn't do it. How can they do it? The flame deity absolutely did not believe that anyone could do this. However, in his mind, Ling Xiao's figure involuntarily appeared. That kid. What you can't do, others may be able to do. Heavenly Senior Golden Light sneered. At least I'm very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Maybe he really got a great opportunity inside and is moving towards the 4th level. Chapter 574. Wanghan Tianzuan, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect that my good disciple is lying? The Supreme Sect Master snorted coldly. La, it's not suspicion, it's certainty. Wanghan Tianzuan sneered. What she said is just one side of the story, and there are many illogical places in it. What did Ling Xiao do or not do? When he comes out, we will definitely investigate it clearly. We absolutely won't allow anyone to slander him. Chang Yueli really wanted to kill Wanghan Tianzuan on the spot. However, she suppressed her anger in the end. With the Moon Maiden present, if she were to make a move, it would definitely be impossible for her to succeed. My good daughter, you've been in the 3rd stage for so long. What rewards did you get? Tell the seniors and let everyone be happy. The flame deity was afraid that Bai Fei, this stupid woman, would let it slip, so he quickly changed the topic. After all, he was Bai Fei's adoptive father and knew Bai Fei too well. The Supreme Sect Master Chang Yuing also had the intention of being a peacemaker. Anyway, the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was not over yet. Since that was the case, it was meaningless to discuss whose responsibility it was. It would not be too late to wait until Ling Xiao came out. Yes, Bai Fei, tell us about your gains. She also asked. Disciple has passed 2 stages and obtained 200 moonlight points. In addition, according to the time, I will be rewarded with an additional 50 moonlight points, which is 250. In addition, Disciple has also obtained a high-grade gold-grade martial art, several treasured artifacts, and heaven and earth treasures. Bai Fei listed out the things she had obtained one by one. It could only be said that her gains were not bad. Although her cultivation did not break through, she still obtained some things. As long as she concentrated on cultivating for a period of time, her cultivation should still be able to recover. Yes, not bad. 250 moonlight points is enough to exchange for a top-grade gold-grade martial art from the Moonlight Pagoda. You did well. Chang Yueying nodded and said. The Moonlight Pagoda was the wealth that the Moonlight Fairy had left for the Yuehua school. However, the things inside couldn't be taken out easily. There were only 2 ways to obtain it. One was to search for it through the Tower Ascension ceremony. The other way was to use moonlight points to exchange for it. As long as a trial disciple could pass the first 2 stages and obtain 200 moonlight points, they could actually exchange them for a top-notch gold-grade martial art. Of course, you can also choose other things to exchange for it. With an additional gold-grade martial art in the sect, there was no doubt that the overall strength of the sect would increase. From this point of view, this pagoda ascension ceremony could be considered a success. By Feifei's results, although there was still a gap between her and the former headmaster Chang Yueying and the flame deity, but it was still a good result to be ranked in the top 10. If she was already like this, then wouldn't the other disciples who had not been eliminated gain even more? After all, according to the normal rules, the longer one stayed in the Moonlight Pagoda, the more benefits one would obtain. This is the 5th day of the trial. Back then, Empyrean Demon Flame and the headmaster stayed in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda for 7 days, and in the end, they weren't able to enter the 4th stage. But this is already the best result in the last 1,000 years. The two of them have both obtained 1,000 Moonlight points, and they are very close. Yang Danlin stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I wonder who can completely break such a record?" His words received the approval of many people. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao had committed many evil deeds, besides him, there were still Tantai Lingzi, Lu Lai, Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, Sheng Guanlei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and Wang Nan. There had to be someone who would completely break the record, right? Buzz. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, another figure was thrown out. Wang Nan. After Wang Nan came out, he looked around blankly. He had no idea what had happened. In fact, since the 2nd stage, his soul had been imprisoned by the flame deity. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened after that. Capture him and interrogate him strictly. Elder Jean gave the order. Inside the Moonlight Pagoda, at the entrance of the 4th stage, the card Ling Xiao used to seal the 5-faced monster had become blank. He had already used up all 3 chances. The gatekeeper was too strong. A 5-faced monster with 90% of its strength at the half-step Heavenly Master level could not even last 60 breaths in front of the gatekeeper. Senior Brother Ling, the round plate has lit up. Let's go to the 4th stage? Let's go. Ling Xiao did not dare to wait. Seeing that the last 5-faced monster was about to die under the gatekeeper's blade, Ling Xiao jumped onto the round plate with the other 3 people. The round plate emitted a dazzling light and then instantly shot into the sky and entered the circular passage. That was really thrilling. Senior Brother Ling, if not for you this time, the 3 of us would not have been able to enter the 4th stage. Leng Hao was very excited. He was already prepared to be killed, but he did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to find such a terrifying monster to fight and hold the gatekeeper back. The round plate stopped and the 4 of them jumped onto the ground. The terrain of the 4th stage was not much different from the 3rd stage, but it was filled with a vast and powerful aura. What was even more worrying was that the entire 4th stage was covered in a gray fog. Ordinary warriors would not be able to see beyond 3 to 4 meters. Ling Xiao tried to use his Mountain River Martial Soul to analyze the terrain of this stage, but to his surprise, this map only showed the situation within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that, it was pitch black, and he could not see anything. It was indeed strange. To be honest, even I do not know what will happen in the 4th stage. Let's rely on our own luck. Ling Xiao looked at the other 3 people and said, "No problem." The other 3 people were very clear that although they also played a role in reaching the 4th stage, more than 90% of the credit belonged to Ling Xiao. They definitely could not be a burden to Ling Xiao. You guys be careful. Don't worry too much. From now on, every step is a record. Even if you are immediately eliminated, it is nothing. Ling Xiao smiled. Okay, then we will take our leave first. After Shangguan Lei finished speaking, he leaped towards the east. Senior Brother Ling, I will also take my leave. Leng Hao went to the west. Take care. See you outside the Moonlight Pagoda. Dai Yuling went to the south. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and was about to head north when he suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from the entrance of the 4th stage. He subconsciously used the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to dodge in time. F***CK. How did he catch up? What Ling Xiao saw was the gatekeeper holding the Crescent Moon Blade. He did not expect this guy to catch up from the 3rd stage. How unlucky. Ling Xiao did not think too much. He extended his golden dragon wings and flew towards the north. In terms of speed, he still had an absolute advantage. Therefore, he was not afraid that the gatekeeper could do anything to him. The gatekeeper also increased his speed and chased in the direction he fled. At the same time, there were some subtle changes in the third stage. Chapter 575. Lu Lai was covered in wounds and was being chased by 10% of the half-step heavenly venerables. Wu Yang and Qin Wu were blocked by the monsters of the third level and also fled in panic. Originally, the two of them were controlled by He Ling and planned to find Ling Xiao. However, after Ling Xiao left the third level, the terrifying dragon pressure suddenly disappeared, and the level 8 and level 9 vicious beasts, who originally did not dare to move, were now on the move. For a time, the third level really became a paradise for the monsters and a purgatory for the trial disciples. What was more terrifying was that as time passed, more half-step heavenly venerables with 20%, 30%, and even 40% of their strength appeared. Even Tantai Lingzi was in imminent danger. The entrance to the fourth level had been sealed, so these people basically had no chance to go to the fourth level. They could only run for their lives in the third level and finally be eliminated. However, if they could persist for a while, they would be rewarded. Even Lu Lai was trying to avoid the attacks. Fortunately, these monsters were set to be relatively stupid, otherwise, they might have died long ago. Back to the fourth level. When Ling Xiao was being chased by the Heaven Realm Gatekeeper of the third level, Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguan Lei were also in trouble. However, at this time, Ling Xiao was too far away to help. Whether they could turn the misfortune into a blessing depended on their own ability. Ling Xiao was already too busy to take care of himself at this time. Looking at the gatekeeper who was constantly approaching behind him, his eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Instead of being chased by this guy all the way, it's better to find a way to kill him. Once this idea came to mind, it could not be stopped. While being chased by this guy, Ling Xiao could not check the situation of the fourth level with peace of mind. Running for his life like this was not his original idea. However, it was impossible to rely on his own strength, even with the help of the Book of Seals. Perhaps he could find an opportunity in the fourth level, an opportunity to completely kill the gatekeeper. If it were someone else, they would never have such an idea when being chased by a Heaven Realm Master. Because no matter how strong a Transcendent was, they could only be killed in the face of a Heaven Realm Master. The five-faced monster could be regarded as the strongest Transcendent, but in the end, when facing this Crescent Moon Blade Gatekeeper, he was only able to last for 60 breaths of time before being cut into 8 pieces. As for the others, it was even more impossible. However, Ling Xiao's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. This was not an arena competition. They were in an unfamiliar environment. Using the environment to fight was also a choice. What's more, if Ling Xiao didn't eliminate this guardian, he would inevitably be badly battered. He might even be eliminated earlier than the others, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After having the idea of killing the guardian, Ling Xiao no longer ran around randomly. Instead, he released the true essence sphere and sensed the surrounding environment. The sensing effect of the true essence ball could now reach a radius of about 100 meters, and it was not affected in the fourth stage. Combined with the mountain and river martial spirit, he could expand the area from 10 meters to 100 meters. This way, he would be able to detect if there was anything he could use in the fourth stage. After a full 2 hours, his face lit up with joy. Good place. Ling Xiao sensed that there was a mountain 100 meters away. What was constantly pouring down from the mountain was not rain, but lightning. Thunder and lightning rained down, shattering anything that dared to barge into pieces. This is the extreme place of myriad thunder. The extreme place of myriad thunder was a naturally formed place that was similar to a formation. The lightning that constantly fell would not harm anything on the mountain, but would target anything that came from outside. Moreover, this kind of lightning was very powerful. It was definitely not something that Ling Xiao's 12 Golden Lotus Arts could compare with. Not to mention the Guardian. Even if it killed a stronger Sky Realm expert, there would be no problem. Through the previous test, Ling Xiao was very clear that the Guardian's brain was not very bright. As long as he used the right method, he would definitely be able to lure this guy into the extreme place of myriad thunder. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao revealed a smile. Then, he sped up and rushed toward the extreme place of myriad thunder. Behind him, The Guardian was afraid that he would lose Ling Xiao, so he actually sped up at the same time. After a while, a small mountain surrounded by thunder and lightning appeared in front of him. The surroundings of the mountain were filled with lightning and thunder. It was an extremely strange scene. When Ling Xiao approached the extreme place of myriad thunder, he could clearly feel a terrifying aura, as if it was going to destroy him. He did not dare to take the risk to enter directly. While flying, he had already cleverly escaped. At this time, the one who rushed toward the extreme place of myriad thunder was not him, but his sword soul doppelganger. The distance was too close. With the Guardian's speed, it was basically impossible for him to stop in front of the extreme place of myriad thunder. The biggest problem of the fourth level was that it was shrouded in fog. With the Guardian's eyesight, he probably could not see anything more than 10 meters away. It was basically impossible to stop at a distance of 10 meters. Whoosh! The sword soul doppelganger instantly crashed into the extreme place of myriad thunder. Ling Xiao could feel that the sword soul doppelganger was instantly turned into ashes by the thunder and lightning, not even letting go of a trace of soul power. Whoosh! The Guardian followed closely to the edge of the extreme place of myriad thunder. However, what made Ling Xiao dumbfounded was that at the crucial moment, this guy actually stabbed the crescent moon blade in his hand into the ground and then slid for a distance before stopping. He just happened to stop at the edge of the extreme place of myriad thunder. Get in. Ling Xiao would not be dumbfounded for a long time. The moment he saw this scene, Ling Xiao immediately made his move. His body turned into a huge, immemorial golden dragon, and then he opened his huge mouth and spat out a ball of black energy, which crashed into the Guardian's back. The Guardian was already at the edge of the extreme place of myriad thunder, but after being hit, he plunged into the extreme place of myriad thunder. Boom! Terrifying thunder sounded, and thunder and lightning poured down like a downpour. The pitiful Guardian was unable to attack Ling Xiao from beginning to end, and was shattered into pieces by the terrifying thunder and lightning. Not even a trace of soul was left. Ling Xiao tried to use a sealing card to seal it, but in the end, it did not succeed. It seemed that the thunder and lightning had the ability to purify and directly erased everything. The seal card couldn't seal anything. Whoosh! Ling Xiao sat down on the ground. Although he was unable to seal the Guardian into the card, he could use the extreme place of myriad thunder to destroy this guy, and the following things would be much easier. He could completely slowly search the fourth floor and find the secrets of the fourth floor. However, before that, he had to rest for a while. This was quite tiring. What he did not know was that after he killed the Guardian of the third floor, the monsters of the third floor had directly gone crazy. No matter what level the monsters were, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they did not even let Heiling's steel warship go, and they all surrounded it. Chapter 576. Hee. For me, this fourth level should not be too dangerous. As long as I walk around Myriad Thunder Extreme Land, even if it's a celestial realm evil beast, I can use Myriad Thunder Extreme Land to eliminate it. After resting for a moment, Ling Xiao stood up and smiled. This fourth level is the last level of the Tower Ascension ceremony. Although it's much more difficult than the third level, and it's filled with gray fog like the fog of war, it's not impossible to see through and figure it out. As long as I'm careful, it's not impossible to walk through all of this place. He found that the map of the mountain and river martial spirit would not disappear after it was activated. In other words, as long as he walked through the place, the map would be activated. Then, the possibility of getting lost would not exist. This was much easier than other disciples. For the first step, he would start from Myriad Thunder Extreme Land. Myriad Thunder Extreme Land was so terrifying that even a celestial realm expert could be directly blasted to pieces. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid, because as long as he found the pattern and law of Myriad Thunder Extreme Land, then it was not impossible to enter. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. His two pupils instantly became as deep as the universe, with inscriptions and numbers constantly flashing inside. Myriad Thunder Extreme Land was a naturally formed formation. Although it was not man-made, it also had its own special pattern. Now, He was going to use the analysis ability of the mountain and river martial spirit to find this pattern. Anyway, the pursuers had been killed by him. Next, he could be at ease to figure out the secret of Myriad Thunder Extreme Land. Among all the disciples who participated in the Tower Ascension ceremony, perhaps only he could enjoy this kind of peace. The others, including Dai Yuling and the others who entered the 4th level with him, also encountered trouble. However, they had just entered, so the trouble was not as big as the ones in the 3rd level. At this time, in the 3rd level, there were already people who were about to die. Among them, the most depressed was probably Lu Lai. His cultivation was the lowest among the remaining people. Without Tantai Lingzi's help, his situation was worrying. In the 4th level, Shangguan Lei also encountered a serious crisis and was on the verge of elimination. Almost one after the other, Lu Lai and Shangguan Lei were eliminated respectively. However, the circumstances of the two were vastly different. Lu Lai was chased to death by a half-step Empyrean vicious beast that only had 10% of its strength left. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to escape. His cultivation had improved a lot, but the things he had obtained were not as good as by Fei Fei's. On the other hand, the reason why Shangguan Lei was eliminated was purely a choice made after careful consideration. He encountered a great opportunity in the 4th stage, obtaining an immortal grade artifact, a top gold grade martial art, and a spirit fruit that could raise his cultivation to the invincible 7th layer of the transcendent realm. The reason he was eliminated was to obtain these 3 items. Therefore, it could be said that he died a worthy death. This person was more realistic. He felt that he might encounter more trouble in the future, but he might not have such a good opportunity as now. After careful consideration, he made his decision. Lu Lai died helplessly. On the other hand, Shangguan Lei was eliminated with satisfaction. Being able to reach the 4th stage is already a miracle for me. There's no need to be too greedy. At the moment of death, Shangguan Lei thought of Ling Xiao. The reason why he was able to achieve such an excellent result in the Moonlight Pagoda Ascension ceremony this time was all thanks to Ling Xiao's help. With his own strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to pass the 2nd stage. His current result was even better than the head teacher Chang Yueying and the Flame Deity. Even in the last 100,000 years, he would be considered one of the top. All of this couldn't be done without the help of one person. I wonder how Brother Ling is doing. I, Shangguan Lei, can be where I am today because of his help. I will never forget this kindness. Whoosh! He felt his body being enveloped by a white light. Then, he flew out of the Moonlight Pagoda along with the white light. There was a corpse on the ground that looked exactly like him. You must get 1st place, Brother Ling. Outside the Moonlight Pagoda, on the inner square. The higher-ups of the Yuehua school had been here for several days. 2 rays of light flashed from the pagoda, and Lu Lai and Shangguan Lei were sent out one after another. Good disciple. Lu Lai was one of the best in the inner sect. Naturally, he had his own master, and his master was Elder Mu of the Law Enforcement Hall. Shangguan Lei also had a master, but his master was only a half-step heavenly venerable. He couldn't even be considered a higher-up in the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why he and the other 2 wanted to seek refuge with the Flame Deity. Master, I'm back. Shangguan Lei used to look down on his master. However, after interacting with Ling Xiao for a long time, this kid's temperament had slowly changed. Perhaps this was the so-called, one is marked by the company one keeps. Good job. Shangguan Lei's master was so excited that tears flowed down his face. Ever since he took Shangguan Lei in as his disciple, this was the first time he heard Shangguan Lei call him master. Lu Lai and Shangguan Lei both stayed in the Moonlight Pagoda for 7 days. There wasn't much of a difference in terms of time, but there was a world of difference in the number of moonlight points they obtained. Lu Lai came out first, so he was the first to be counted. He obtained 220 moonlight points, slightly less than by Fei Fei. Ha ha ha, good disciple. You did well. Although you're not as good as your senior sister Bai, this result is a miracle for you. Elder Mu originally thought that his disciple wouldn't even be able to pass the 2nd round. He didn't expect that he would obtain about the same number of moonlight points as by Fei Fei. This made him very happy. Master, disciple's cultivation has also broken through to the 5th level of the transcendent realm. Lu Lai was also very happy. Although it was very frustrating to be killed by the monster in the end, this result was still something to be proud of. Good, good, good. Well done, well done. But Master, Disciple didn't get any treasures because he focused on cultivation. I only obtained a high-grade gold-grade martial art. Is it okay? Lu Lai said modestly, but he was feeling a little proud in his heart. Io, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your cultivation to break through so much, and you even obtained such a rare martial art. In a sense, you're not worse than your senior sister Bai. Elder Mu's words were not wrong. After all, Bai Feifei's cultivation not only did not break through, it even regressed. No one cared about Shangguan Lei. Even when Shangguan Lei joined Empyrean Devil Flame back then, Empyrean Devil Flame only treated him as a dog. In the end, it was Elder Jin's words that successfully attracted everyone's attention. Elder Jin asked, "Have you two seen Ling Xiao? Where is he now? What has he done?" Reporting to Elder Jin, that Ling Xiao is simply a scum. He has repeatedly threatened us. Otherwise, this disciple would have been able to obtain some good stuff. Lu Lai rushed to say. Chapter 578. Sect Master, that Ling Xiao colluded with Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and Shangguan Lei. If Shangguan Lei can get such good things, then Dai Yuling and Long Hao will not be an exception. If those two are eliminated, then the things will belong to Bai Feifei. What do you think? The Pagoda Ascension ceremony hasn't ended yet, but Elder Jin has already begun to discuss with the sect master about dividing the gains of Ling Xiao and others. I want to see who dares to snatch my disciples' things. Golden Light Skylord coldly snorted. Although his strength is not as good as Elder Jin and the Flame Deity, if they really fight, Yuehua School will definitely not be able to withstand it. Dai Yuling has nothing to do with you, right? Elder Jin frowned. Nothing to do with her? Then that's enough. After Long Hao comes out, you can discipline him well. As for Dai Yuling's gains, they will all belong to Bai Feifei. Elder Jin said. Sect Master Chang Yueli nodded, agreeing. At this time, she doesn't need to have a conflict with the law enforcement hall. Master, Yuling is my disciple. How can you do this? Lan Yu was unhappy. What? Do you want to disobey your master? Sect Master Chang Yueli coldly looked at Lan Yu and asked. Disciple doesn't dare. Lan Yu frowned and retreated to the side. She is a girl who respects her master. She really can't fall out with her master. Since that's the case, it's settled. Sect Master Chang Yueying doesn't seem to feel that there is anything wrong with this. Dai Yuling and Shangguan Lei are not geniuses. There is no need to cultivate them. It's better to give the good things to geniuses like Bai Feifei. Inside the Moonlight Pagoda, the Pagoda Ascension ceremony is still ongoing. As time passed, a 30% strength half-step Empyrean appeared in the third round. Their strength is too strong. Even Wu Yang and Qin Wu, who were possessed by Black Spirit, are riddled with scars. They are about to die. These two people were possessed by Black Spirit and basically didn't get anything. If they are eliminated, at most they will be rewarded with moonlight points and nothing else. One has to say, they are really unlucky. But on the other hand, being able to enter the third stage was already considered lucky. It didn't seem like he was at a disadvantage. However, compared to Ling Xiao and the others, there was a huge gap. Finally, Wu Yang and Qin Wu were each killed by a 30% strength half-step Empyrean. Their bodies were wrapped in white light as they were thrown out of the Moonlight Pagoda. Wu Yang, Qin Wu. The two of them were now the Flame Deity's in-name disciples. Therefore, the Flame Deity was quite concerned about them. The two of you have also entered the fourth stage, right? How's your harvest? The Flame Deity was very much looking forward to these two people's results surpassing Shangguan Lei's. In that case, he would also feel proud. After all, Ming Tian had already been eliminated. The only dignity he had left was these two people. Unfortunately, both of them shook their heads at the same time. Reporting to Master, we didn't enter the fourth stage. We were eliminated by the monsters in the third stage. Because we were constantly running for our lives, we didn't get anything good and our cultivation base didn't improve at all. Both of them were a little uneasy. Their moonlight points were exactly the same. They were both 255 points, 5 points more than Bai Feifei. However, Bai Fei still obtained some martial arts secret manuals and some other good things. However, these two people didn't get anything. Trash. Empyrean Demon Flame was fuming with rage. All right, Emo Yin. It's already very good that these two can get so many moonlight points. There's no need to force them. What do you think of that, Ling Xiao? The Grand Sect leader asked with a smile. Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, we wouldn't be so miserable. At least we could get something. Moreover, when Ling Xiao went to the 4th stage, the number of monsters on the 3rd floor suddenly increased by a lot. We suspect that it was his doing. Wu Yang and Qin Wu looked at each other and hurriedly said, these two people had a death feud with Ling Xiao, so it was normal for them to say that. The Grand Sect leader raised her head and looked in the direction of the Moonlight Pagoda. She couldn't see the Moon Lady, but she knew that the Moon Lady must be there. She thought to herself, Moon Lady, oh Moon Lady, let's see how you're going to protect that Ling Xiao. There are still 4 people left in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Ling Xiao, Tantai Lingzi, Dai Yuling, and Lung Hao. Chen Jiwang frowned. If Ling Xiao has colluded with the other two, then the next person to be eliminated will probably be Tantai Lingzi. Sigh, how could this be? Most of the sect's upper echelons didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. After all, in their opinion, Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple with mediocre talent. How could he stay until the end? He must have used some underhanded means. There was no other possibility. The Pagoda Ascension ceremony wouldn't change because of these people's opinions. The ceremony was still proceeding in an orderly manner. There was only one person left in the 3rd stage, and that was Tantai Lingzi. However, this woman was a little strange. No one saw that she had been killed by a ferocious beast. However, after the ferocious beast left, she came back to life. Damn it, 2 of the lives that I absorbed have been used so quickly. There are still 7 lives left. I have to be more careful. No one knew that Tantai Lingzi had a secret. The reason why her masters had suddenly died was not because she had cursed them to death, but because she had killed them and absorbed them into her own life force. Tantai Lingzi wasn't human. She was a descendant of a primitive spider. Originally, her bloodline hadn't awakened. However, after entering the inner sect and becoming a disciple, she encountered a lecherous master. This master wanted to forcefully possess her. At that critical moment, the primitive spider bloodline in her body awakened. That master couldn't resist at all and was sucked dry of his blood essence. Within Tantai Lingzi's martial vein, a very small, infant-shaped energy body appeared. That was the life absorption that the primitive spider was good at. It could absorb the lives of others for its own use. Of course, like many other abilities, this ability had some limitations. It could only absorb the lives of men, and the target had to be indecent to her. The stronger the target, the greater the help it would provide to the main body. Tantai Lingzi approached Ling Xiao for no other reason than to absorb Ling Xiao's life. She didn't know what others thought of Ling Xiao, but she felt that Ling Xiao's life form was very powerful. After absorbing his life, she believed that she would become even more powerful. Of course, this was also the reason why her cultivation had improved so quickly. This woman had always been watertight. Until now, no one had thought that she was the one who killed her master. After all, the difference in strength was too great. However, no one had thought that strength wasn't the key factor in certain situations. Tantai Lingzi paused for a moment and then disappeared into the darkness again. 9 lives seemed a lot, but she had already lost 2. If she wasn't careful, she might really be eliminated. Chapter 579. While Tantai Lingzi was in trouble, Long Hao was also being hunted in the 4th stage. Long Hao's luck was even better than Shangguan Lei's. He had obtained 2 immortal-grade artifacts. One was a weapon, while the other was a set of armor. He had also obtained a set of gold-grade martial arts and a gourd of quintessential essence recovery pills. This pill was too important to him right now. He had been exhausted, and his quintessential essence recovery pills had been nearly depleted in order to obtain these items. By relying on the immortal-grade armor, he had been able to withstand the attack of a half-step Heavenly Venerate at 50% power. Although he had vomited blood, he hadn't been eliminated. Now, He was dragging his feet and fleeing in all directions. He didn't want to give up. After all, the longer he persisted, the more moonlight points he would receive. Long Hao lived up to his reputation as a genius. Compared to Shangguan Lei, his performance this time could be considered a classic. He had actually used the same method as Ling Xiao and relied on a danger zone to kill the half-step heavenly venerate chasing him. Of course, compared to Ling Xiao, he was still a little lacking. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a true sky venerate guardian. But no matter what, the performance of a genius was still reflected. He could only blame Ling Xiao for being too monstrous. All right, I can finally take a breather after getting rid of my pursuer. Let's see what other good stuff I can obtain. Long Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly found a safe place to start healing. As long as his injuries were healed, he would be able to continue his trial and obtain even better things. After recovering from his injuries, Long Hao continued moving forward. However, he had never imagined that he would encounter an even more terrifying pursuit after obtaining an extraordinary pill. Extraordinary pills were better than top-grade quintessential essence pills for replenishing and enhancing quintessential essence pills. Most of them were mid-grade or high-grade yellow-grade pills. No one in the entire Yuehua school could refine such pills. Although a Yuan venerate could refine them, he wasn't considered a member of the Yuehua school. It had to be said that Long Hao was extremely lucky to have obtained this item. Although there were still many treasures, he wasn't greedy. Instead, he turned around and fled. The monster this time was a half-step Empyrean with 60% of its strength. It was much stronger than the previous ones. If he didn't run, then he would die. At the same time, Dai Yuling had the greatest fortuitous encounter of her life. This fortuitous encounter might allow her to transform from an ordinary disciple into a truly stunning genius. Of course, it was only a possibility. Right now, whether or not she could obtain this opportunity was still unknown. On the other side, Ling Xiao was still analyzing the situation in the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground. After nearly a day of analysis, he finally made some progress. Now that I've found the flaw, the next step is to crack it. The flaws of the Extreme Thunderbolt's place were different from man-made formations. If one wanted to enter through the flaws, they had to control the flaws. Otherwise, under the laws of nature, once the flaws were discovered, they would be fixed in time. If Ling Xiao could go in, he might not be able to come out. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to take control of this flaw first. He didn't have the qualifications to control the entire 10,000 lightning extreme site, but if it was just a single flaw, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. Ling Xiao, who was just about to control the flaws, suddenly frowned and stood up. Trouble had come again. He had stayed outside the Extreme Thunderbolt's place for a long time, so it was impossible for him not to attract the attention of the monsters in the fourth stage. The monsters in the fourth stage were all very strange. They weren't giant beasts or fierce beasts, but rather humanoid monsters. However, even the weakest of these monsters were half-step heavenly venerables with 10% of their strength. This time, the one targeting Ling Xiao was a half-step heavenly venerables with 50% of their strength. It was obvious that this guy didn't want him to focus on analyzing and controlling the flaws of the Extreme Thunderbolt's place. I don't have time to play with you. Ling Xiao thought for a moment before summoning the Book of Seals and releasing the Black Dragon King and Dream Realm. The Dream Realm could only be used once and was a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master, but she had a special ability, which was to create illusions to affect enemies. The Black Dragon King was a half-step heavenly venerables with 10% of his strength. If he entered his Black Dragon form, he could reach the level of a half-step heavenly venerables with 10% of his strength. The two of them definitely wouldn't be a match for a half-step heavenly venerables with 50% of their strength alone, but if they worked together, that might not necessarily be the case. Release Dream Realm. Release Black Dragon King. Stop that guy. Kill him if you can. After giving the order, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged again and continued with his business. He had a feeling that there was a great opportunity in the Extreme Thunderbolt's place, one that would be very useful to him and absolutely couldn't be missed. But what this opportunity was, he didn't know. He didn't have the ability to see it so quickly. Control. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened wide. His powerful soul force, in the form of the mountain river will, poured into the flaw. Success. Under his control, this flaw could be closed or opened at any time. This way, he could enter and exit the extreme Thunderbolt's place at will. Glancing at the Dream Realm and Black Dragon King, Yongkai saw that they had both died in battle. However, the half-step Heavenly Venerables with 50% of their strength had also died. Both of them had perished together. He tried to store the half-step Heavenly Venerables with 50% of their strength into the Book of Seals and actually succeeded. From this, he came to a conclusion. The Book of Seals now belonged to him. The enemies killed by the monsters in the Book of Seals were also killed by him, so he could seal them. Extraordinary Swordsman, half-step Heavenly Venerables with 50% of their strength, can use it 3 times. This was the new information that appeared on the card. He didn't know if the Celestial Realm Gatekeeper could seal it. If he could, then it would be very powerful. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao directly entered the Extreme Thunderbolt's place through the flaw. The situation inside was completely different from the outside. There were almost no lightning storms here, only at the top of the mountain. For some reason, the lightning storms were more ferocious than the outside. He glanced at it, and then went to look for the corpse fragments of the Celestial Realm Gatekeeper. Although the Gatekeeper had been blasted into pieces, the crescent blade was still intact. He didn't pay attention to it before, but this thing was actually a high-grade celestial treasure. There were still remnants of the Gatekeeper's soul on the crescent blade, as well as some fragments of the corpse. He tried to seal it, but the result made him feel a little helpless. Cultivators of the same super realm can only seal monsters of the same super realm, and they must kill them with their own hands. Those killed by the environment don't count. In other words, Ling Xiao was now a transcendent realm cultivator, so he could only seal monsters of the transcendent realm. A half-step Heavenly Venerables was actually a transcendent realm cultivator, but they were called that because they were closer to the celestial realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao had used the Extreme Thunderbolt's place to kill this guy, so it couldn't be counted as him killing it. He didn't meet either of the 2 conditions, so it was impossible to seal it. Tisk! Ling Xiao shook his head in disappointment, then looked at the top of the mountain. Chapter 580. Ling Xiao looked at the top of the mountain. The extreme land of 10,000 thunderbolts was surrounded by terrifying lightning, but most of the mountain was not. However, there was a single lightning storm at the top of the mountain, and its power was even more terrifying than the lightning storm outside. There must be something strange. He sped up and rushed to the top of the mountain, but he was surprised to see a shocking scene. There was actually a furnace in the lightning storm. Purple flames burned in the furnace. What surprised him the most was that he actually felt the aura of life in the furnace. Could it be that someone was trapped in the furnace and used as a medicine to be refined? Could it be that the Moonlight Goddess did this? For a moment, many question marks appeared in his mind. After all, the scene in front of him was too strange. In the furnace that was as tall as a person, the flames burned continuously, and it actually emitted an aura that came from the root bone. Ling Xiao even suspected that this furnace had been here for 100,000 years, and a living creature that was thrown into the furnace could not be refined for 100,000 years. This was definitely a very shocking thing. Should I open the furnace? Ling Xiao was a little confused. The thing that the Moonlight Goddess threw into the furnace was most likely not something good. Once it was released, it might cause a lot of trouble. However, curiosity made Ling Xiao unable to suppress the idea of opening the furnace. The troublesome thing was that the mountain and river martial spirit could not see what was in the furnace. To open or not to open? That was the question. Wealth comes from danger. Open it. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao finally made a decision. He was not a timid person. With such a great opportunity waiting for him to obtain, if he gave up because of cowardice, it would be a real waste. The extreme land of 10,000 thunderbolts was such a terrifying place that even a heaven realm expert would be blasted into pieces. How could there not be such a thing? Moreover, one could tell that the furnace was not an ordinary item at a glance. It seemed to be some kind of powerful martial spirit inheritance. Even if it was not the Moonlight Goddess martial spirit, it was definitely the martial spirit of a super expert from the ancient times. Not to mention other things, It was already very good to be able to obtain this furnace. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao once again activated his mountain and river martial spirit and began to analyze the lightning storm around the furnace, trying to find an opportunity to break it open. This was the forbidden land of 10,000 thunders. It was impossible for monsters to harass him from the outside. Hence, at this moment, he was probably the safest person in the entire Moonlight Treasure Tower. In order to obtain a fortuitous encounter, Dai Yuling struggled between life and death. Everything depended on her luck. Long Hao was once again chased by the monster and had no choice but to flee in panic. The most miserable one was probably Tantai Lingzi. In this short period of time, she had been killed 3 more times. Now, she had lost 5 lives. However, in the process of escaping, her potential was completely unleashed, and her cultivation achieved another breakthrough. Now that he had reached the mid-stage transcendent realm, this could be considered a kind of harvest. It was a pity that she was completely exhausted from running for her life. She didn't have the time to look for any treasures, not to mention that the best treasures in the 3rd stage were precious treasures and high-grade gold-grade martial arts. Originally, there were a lot of good things in Black Spirit City, but unfortunately, they were all destroyed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, even if Tantai Lingzi really found the time to obtain some treasures, the quality was incomparable to the 3 people in the 4th stage. She had relied on her 9 lives to survive until now. If it were any other disciple, they would have died long ago. Unlike her, although Long Hao was also being chased and looked miserable, the treasures he obtained were much better than Tantai Lingzi's. Tisk, looks like there's really no other way. I've eaten all the true chi recovery pills. This guy is really hot on my tail. Long Hao's face showed a smile. Suddenly, he shouted to the sky, "Senior Brother Ling, I'll be leaving first. Good luck." Number of people remaining, 3. The cold voice of the Moonlight Treasure Tower was still there, but because everyone was being chased or busy with their own matters, they didn't pay attention to it. Outside the Moonlight Treasure Tower, on the 9th day of the Tower Ascension ceremony. So, another figure was thrown out. Sigh, I'm only 4th. I thought I could get 2nd place. After being thrown out of the Moonlight Treasure Tower, Long Hao muttered to himself, "Little brat, you're not bad." Ha ha ha. Heavenly Master Golden Light turned into an afterimage and quickly rushed to Long Hao's side. This was naturally to protect Long Hao. Now, many people thought that Long Hao was colluding with Ling Xiao and others to harm other disciples. If he wasn't careful, Long Hao might really be plotted against. Master, this is all thanks to Senior Brother Ling. If Master didn't let Senior Brother Ling teach me a lesson and wake me up, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such good results. Long Hao was very excited when he saw Heavenly Master Golden Light. Although he was seriously injured in the Moonlight Treasure Tower, as long as he wasn't injured by abnormal forces like the Flame Deity's clone, he would be fully recovered after coming out. Therefore, there was no abnormality at the moment. Oh? Heavenly Master Golden Light revealed a smile, but there was also a trace of worry. "Tell me about the situation," he asked. Long Hao roughly explained the process. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages were exactly the same as what Shangguanlei had said, but some things were added. For example, someone tried to rob Ling Xiao when he took the treasure, but was killed by Ling Xiao and eliminated. Another example was by Fei Fei and others tried to lure the 5-faced monster to kill Ling Xiao. He said all the details that Shangguanlei had left out. Long Hao, you colluded with Ling Xiao. Naturally, you'll speak for him. Bai Feifei reprimanded loudly. F***CK. I've never seen such a shameless woman like you. Senior sister? I think you're worse than a chicken. Even chickens in the secular world have professional ethics. Long Hao couldn't help but curse. All right, Hao, let's not talk about this. Justice is in everyone's heart. Tell me about your results. Heavenly Master Golden Light was very clear that it was useless for Long Hao to say anything now. Some people would definitely not believe him. Rather than wasting his breath, it was better to wait for Ling Xiao to come out before confronting him. Master, don't be surprised. I've obtained 1,500 moonlight points this time. 1,500 points. It was indeed better than Shangguanlei. A full 300 points more. Everyone was surprised and envious. Anything else? Heavenly Master Golden Light asked. Leng Hao was about to speak when Chang Yueying's voice suddenly sounded. She was holding a golden leaf that was shining with golden light. That was the result from the Moonlight Pagoda. The final result is that you've entered the 4th stage and obtained 1,800 Moonlight points. It seems to be 300 points more than what Leng Hao said. In addition, you've obtained 2 immortal grade artifacts, a set of gold grade martial arts, and an extraordinary pill. Heavens, this result is too heaven-defying. Hearing Chang Yueying's words, everyone was shocked. Chapter 581. Everyone thought that Shangguan Lei's result was already heaven-defying enough, but they didn't expect Leng Hao's result to be even more exaggerated. La ha ha ha, you've set a new record again. An immortal grade artifact. Back then, this sect master and the flame deity only obtained an immortal grade artifact and a set of gold grade martial arts. Chang Yueying was very satisfied with this result. As one of the 2 geniuses of the inner sect, Leng Hao could be considered to be a true genius. He was much better than Ming Tian. Little brat, you've given your master face this time. How are you going to use the things you took out? Golden Light Heavenly Master asked. There's no hurry. Let's wait for senior brother Ling to come out and ask him for his opinion. Leng Hao now had a lot of trust in Ling Xiao. By the way, master, I almost forgot to tell you. Disciples' cultivation has broken through to the peak transcendent realm 7th level, infinitely close to the invincible 7th level. Leng Hao changed the topic and said excitedly, Ha ha ha, that's great. You really didn't disappoint, master. Well done. Hee, master. You praise me so much that I feel embarrassed. Leng Hao said with a smile. By the way, you said that you were separated from Ling Xiao in the 4th stage. Do you know his current situation? Golden Light Heavenly Master was still very concerned about Ling Xiao's situation. Master, it's like this. I'm a little worried about senior brother Ling. When we separated, the guardian of the 3rd stage chased after us. At that time, I vaguely saw senior brother Ling lure the guardian away. Speaking of this, Leng Hao was really worried. How strong was the guardian of the 3rd stage? Golden Light Heavenly Master asked. A heaven realm powerhouse. Leng Hao replied. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, Elder Jean, Supreme Headmaster, Heavenly Exalt Demon Flame, and the others all smiled. Generally speaking, if one was eliminated, they would be teleported out. If they weren't teleported out, then it was very likely that they were killed. Although the probability of death in the Tower Ascension ceremony was very low, it was not unheard of. In the past 100,000 years, several disciples had died an unnatural death and never came out again. That brat died inside. It's too easy for him. Elder Jean snorted coldly. Old thing, watch your mouth. Although I'm worried about senior brother Ling, he can do things that ordinary people can't. He definitely won't die. Leng Hao was very respectful towards Ling Xiao. Hearing Elder Jin's words, he was immediately unable to restrain his anger and also somewhat spoke without thinking. That's right, Elder Jean. You are also the head of the law enforcement hall. How can you curse a disciple like this? Chang Yueying glanced at Elder Jean and said coldly. When Elder Jean saw that Chang Yueying had spoken, he coldly snorted and no longer said anything. However, in his heart, he thought, even if that brat doesn't die, once he comes out, he will definitely die. Within the Moonlight Pagoda, on the night of the 9th day of the Tower Ascension ceremony, at the peak of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place, Pacha, the moment Ling Xiao opened his eyes, the lightning storm actually shattered like glass, and strange cracks appeared. After a long period of analysis, Ling Xiao finally saw through the pattern of this lightning storm and broke its weakness in one fell swoop. The range of this lightning storm is relatively small, different from the surrounding large-scale lightning storm. Although it is strong, it does not form a system and is an independent existence. Dealing with this kind of power is much easier than dealing with those that form a system. Break! Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword, the lightning constellation integrated into the purple lightning sword. Whoosh! Boom! The thunderstorm was completely shattered. and then it vanished into thin air. Ling Xiao nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then carefully walked in front of the furnace. Then, he slowly opened the furnace. Whoosh! In that instant, a curved golden light shot out from the furnace. The golden light broke through the sky and completely destroyed the dark clouds in the sky. Even the lightning storm stopped for a moment. Ling Xiao saw a glaring light in front of his eyes, and then he couldn't see anything. A moment later, the golden light disappeared. Ling Xiao looked into the furnace and realized that there was a huge pill inside. Although it was huge, it was actually only the size of a grapefruit, but it was round. But generally speaking, it was a miracle that a pill could be refined to such a big size. The life aura was emitted from this pill. Ling Xiao was sure. The surface of the pill was woven with complicated inscriptions, one formation after another. All of them were naturally formed, and there were no traces of human intervention. It seemed that someone had indeed thrown something into the furnace, but after a long period of refinement, this thing had actually fused with the pill. Ling Xiao took the pill out of the furnace and observed it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. The energy contained in it was too terrifying, and it was definitely not possible to eat it directly. If he really ate it directly, his body would directly collapse. Forget about the pill for now. Let's see what's going on with the furnace. Ling Xiao placed the pill into the mountain river world, and then wholeheartedly studied the furnace. However, he didn't notice that the moment the pill entered the mountain river world, it actually moved. After that, a large amount of soul force poured into the pill, and the pill's movements became even more intense. Ling Xiao was focused on studying the furnace, so he didn't pay attention to it. As expected, it's an ancient martial spirit inheritance. The original owner of this martial spirit shouldn't be as strong as the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden, but he should be second only to the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, the most important thing is that this martial spirit is a little too domineering. It's actually said to be able to smelt everything. The furnace martial spirit was a little interesting. He could use it first. If it was compatible with the development of the mountain river martial spirit, then there was no harm in continuing to use it. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao's curiosity was too strong. It was the first time he had encountered such a strange martial spirit, so he wanted to play with it for a few days. Furthermore, this martial spirit was already an out-of-body martial spirit. Furthermore, it could leave the body for a moment, which was stronger than the martial spirit he currently possessed. If he used it to fight, it should be stronger. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated the mountain river martial spirit and forcefully moved the ownerless furnace martial spirit inside. The moment the furnace martial spirit entered the mountain river world, a huge furnace floating in the sky appeared in the mountain river world. It emitted a boiling hot aura and looked very cool. He wasn't in a hurry to study the use of the furnace martial spirit because he had already discovered that the pill that he threw into the mountain river world had undergone a strange change. This guy actually grew eyes, a nose, and hands and feet. Hands, feet, and a face appeared on its round body. This situation was extremely strange. However, he didn't stop the pill from changing. In any case, this thing was in his mountain river world. Even if it wanted to act recklessly, he could suppress it immediately. On the contrary, releasing it would cause all sorts of problems. Damn! Just as Ling Xiao was about to watch the show, he suddenly felt his soul force frantically fusing into the little thing's body. Chapter 582. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt his soul force crazily pouring into the round little thing's body. Then, the little thing's body began to change. Damn it! Ling Xiao wanted to curse out loud. It was fortunate that his soul force was strong enough. Otherwise, he would really be dead if his soul force was sucked in by this little thing. He steadied his mind and sat cross-legged, wholeheartedly controlling the input of his soul force. If his life was in danger, he would naturally stop the output of his soul force. But there was no need for that now. Anyway, his soul force was strong enough, so it didn't matter if he held on a little longer. He wanted to see what the pill would become in the end. Such a strange and mysterious thing that took 100,000 years to refine, and it actually dared to absorb the mountain river martial spirit's energy. This was definitely not something an ordinary little thing could do. Who knows, he might have gotten his hands on an incredible item this time. After a full 2 hours, when Ling Xiao felt that his soul force was extremely weak, the little thing's body emitted a strange light. This light was very dazzling, and Ling Xiao couldn't see what was inside. But fortunately, the little thing seemed to have absorbed enough soul force and the mountain river martial spirit's energy at this time, and began the most crucial transformation. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly ate a pill to replenish his soul force and physical strength. Although the myriad lightning extreme place might not be too dangerous, he still had to be careful. He had to ensure that he had enough fighting strength at all times. This way, if he encountered danger, he could escape in time. A day quickly passed, and Ling Xiao felt that he had recovered to his peak state. Then, he looked into the mountain river world. The pill was now more like a small sun, very dazzling. But other than that, there were no other changes. He couldn't keep waiting for the little thing to change. Since he had finished investigating the myriad lightning extreme place, it was time to go to other places to investigate. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao lifted his feet and left the myriad lightning extreme place. He felt that the monsters in the 4th stage seemed to be passive and wouldn't take the initiative to attack the trial disciples. Unless you were planning to obtain some kind of opportunity or plan to enter a secret place, there would be a monster attack. Therefore, he should be safe for the time being. He was currently in the north of the 4th checkpoint. He had already completed his investigation. Other than the extreme thunder place, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. As for the other 3 directions, Shangguanlei, Longhao, and Dai Yuling had gone there respectively. It was likely that the 3 of them had obtained all the good stuff. Therefore, his best choice now was to head to the center. In the center of the 4th stage, there was an extremely powerful and dangerous aura. It was completely different from the aura in the 4 directions. The more dangerous the place, the more bountiful the rewards. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and lifted his foot to walk over. Among the 4 people who entered the 4th stage, he was the strongest and the one who had the best grasp of the surrounding situation. The greatest opportunity naturally belonged to none other than him. The center of the 4th stage was a pitch-black valley. In the valley, pitch-black flames burned like the dark flames of death. From time to time, huge black bubbles would appear in the pitch-black magma and then explode in the rolling magma. Everything here was filled with a dense aura of death. It was as if there was no life in this place, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. Dark flames of death? No, it didn't seem like it. Ling Xiao had absorbed a little of the flame deity's dark flames of death. Therefore, he knew very well that although the dark flames of death had the same attributes as these black flames, they weren't as ancient and terrifying. Could this be the ancient hell dragon's dragon extinguishment? Ling Xiao had a very frightening thought. The dark flames of death had slowly evolved from the ancient hell dragon's dragon extinguishment. In terms of power, there might not be a clear winner, but their attributes were also very similar. However, there was no doubt that the ancient hell dragon's dragon extinguishment was definitely the ancestor of the dark flames of death. As he stood in the valley, Ling Xiao tried his best to extend his vital energy sphere and sensed the boundless world of black magma. He was shocked and a little excited. Other people's martial souls weren't easy to use after all, and the Mountain River martial soul's help in battle was limited to the Mountain River intent. In fact, the Glacier Ocean and Earth power that he had used previously were just manifestations of the Mountain River intent. What Ling Xiao needed was a stronger martial soul that could complement the Mountain River intent. In fact, when Yuan Venerate had mentioned the 9 great primordial dragon souls, he had been scheming in his heart. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to encounter them. Whether it was the Hemlock Martial Soul, the Fairy Dragon Martial Soul, or the Ghost Flame Martial Soul, they were all half-baked and didn't meet Ling Xiao's requirements. As for the Plague Demon King Martial Soul, that was a material that he had prepared to use to evolve the 9 Demon Divine Art and not for battle. The Furnace Martial Soul that he had just obtained was more of an auxiliary-type martial soul. He could keep it, but it wouldn't be of much help in battle. Therefore, he really didn't have a suitable martial soul for battle. It would be great if he could really obtain the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul. At the very least, This martial soul would become the strongest martial soul before the ancient hell dragon completely recovered. Such a terrifying place with such a dark death aura. It's most likely related to the ancient hell dragon. I must go down and take a look. Ling Xiao had already entered his human dragon form, and a layer of sky dragon scale armor covered his body. The mutated ghost flame martial soul also completely enveloped his body. In order to enter this valley full of black magma, he had to give himself the best protection. Otherwise, it would be difficult to come out once he entered. Before he obtained a great opportunity, he absolutely couldn't allow himself to be eliminated. Even so, he could still feel the strange temperature that was both hot and cold at the same time. This black flame was really too strange. Fortunately, he had devoured He Sua's mutated ghost flame martial soul. Because of their similar attributes, he was able to get close. If it were anyone else, they would have been roasted to death just by getting close to the black flames. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and a pair of golden dragon wings extended from his back. This was because the valley was filled with black magma. It was absolutely impossible to walk through it directly unless he didn't want to live anymore. However, he had the golden dragon wings. He could fly for a period of time, and then find a place to rest for a while before continuing. This was one of the areas where he was stronger than others. If it were anyone else in this trial, even if they came here, they would probably be unwilling to give up such a great opportunity. Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the valley, he suddenly frowned. There seemed to be something in the black magma. Unfortunately, this fourth stage was really strange. The true Yuan ball couldn't extend into the black magma, and the mountain river martial soul map couldn't show what was under the magma. Chapter 583. Unfortunately, the true Yuan ball couldn't enter the black magma to investigate. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been able to confirm what the hell was inside. This time, he completely relied on a warrior's intuition to sense that there was something terrifying in the magma. Anyway, it was definitely not easy to deal with. This thing was hidden in the black magma. Not only was it cunning, but it was also very powerful. There was no doubt that it was powerful. If a monster that could survive in this black magma wasn't powerful, then it would be strange. Could it be an immemorial hell dragon? The immemorial hell dragon was a race, not a divine dragon. Therefore, the possibility of an immemorial hell dragon appearing here was quite high. After all, the Moonlight Fairy had sealed the land of dragons in the Moonlight Pagoda. Even if there was another immemorial hell dragon, it didn't seem strange. Although it was dangerous, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. No matter what was hidden in this black magma valley, even if it was a Heaven Realm expert, he had to go down and take a look. This was because he hoped to obtain the immemorial Hell Dragon's Dragon Soul. As long as he obtained it, it would greatly enhance his combat ability. Wealth came from danger. He had always been like this. Moreover, even if he died this time, he would only be eliminated. He wouldn't really die. What was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao jumped down the cliff. His golden dragon wings spread out, and he floated more than 10 meters above the black magma. As he got closer to the magma, the hot and cold feeling became more and more intense. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to fly that fast. In this damned place, he could only detect the situation within 100 meters. Moreover, he couldn't release the true Yuan ball under the black magma. This was because the moment the true Yuan ball touched the black magma, it would instantly be burned to ashes. The mutated ghost fire martial soul enveloped his entire body, which made him feel a little better. Even so, he didn't dare to be careless. That fleeting sense of danger just now made him even more cautious. He believed that the sense of danger was definitely not groundless. It was best to be careful. There was never a big mistake. Even in this harsh environment where danger lurked everywhere, he still forced himself to maintain a focused expression. Only in this way would they be able to deal with any crisis that might come at any time. The deeper they flew into the valley, the more intense the feeling of cold and heat became. Their bodies sometimes felt extremely cold, and sometimes they felt extremely hot. That kind of discomfort really made people want to kill themselves so that they could be completely free from this kind of pain. Ling Xiao didn't even dare to breathe, because if he did, the black flames would enter his body along with the air. Even if it was just a little bit of black flame, it would consume a large amount of true essence to transform and absorb. It was too tiring. If he had enough time, he might choose to cultivate in peace. But now, he couldn't. He was suspended in the air, and the flight time of the golden dragon wings was limited. If he exhausted his chi here and encountered danger, he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Even so, the black flames were still all-pervasive. He was still unable to seal all the pores in his body, so there were still sporadic black flames entering his body. If not for the fact that he had the 9 meridian spirit body bestowed by the mountain river martial spirit, he would have been able to fuse with almost all types of energy. If he hadn't been constantly training his body since the martial vein realm, even his internal organs would be incomparably tough now. He would probably have been burned to ashes by the black flames. Sure enough, on the path of martial arts, good luck was useless. If you didn't have enough ability, even if you were placed in front of a pile of treasures, you might not be able to obtain it. Tantai Lingzi's luck was good enough. Not long after entering the 3rd level, she discovered the underground city, the city of the Spider Queen. Bai Feifei's luck was also good enough. She encountered the flame deity's clone and discovered the Black Spirit City. But so what? Things that couldn't be obtained in the end. Ling Xiao had no choice but to slow down due to the limited range of his detection and the dense black fog in front of him. He had thought about it. Once the golden dragon wings couldn't support him, he would release the Black Dragon King and let the Black Dragon King fly him. The Black Dragon King still had 2 chances to use it. He didn't use it now because he didn't want to waste it. But if the time came when he had to use it, then he had no other choice. During the flight, Ling Xiao tried his best to remain calm and quiet, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Because he didn't want to alarm the mysterious creature in the black lava. He didn't want to be attacked by the other party. He wanted to observe the entire black lava valley first before deciding what to do. The battle could be left for last. As he continued to fly and explore, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the size of the valley was completely beyond his expectations. He originally thought that this place was about the same size as the absolute Thunderland. But now it seemed that he had completely underestimated this place. The terrifying black magma had already formed a surging river of magma, and there were even some strange magma fountains. Terrifying thick black lava spurted up from below, forming a huge pillar of black fire with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Every time Ling Xiao encountered something like this, he would feel his heart tremble in fear. Because once he was hit by this thing, he would basically be declared eliminated. Although he believed that his current trial results were already very good, he still couldn't be eliminated because he pursued first place. It wasn't as simple as having good results. According to his judgment, there were still 3 people in the Moonlight Pagoda. One was him, and the other 2 were Dai Yuling and Tantai Lingzi. No matter what the situation of the other 2 was, he couldn't be eliminated. He hadn't obtained the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul of his dreams, and he hadn't obtained first place in this trial. He wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Licking his chapped lips, Ling Xiao felt as if he was a pill that had been thrown into a furnace. However, this furnace used yin-yang fire. One moment it was hot, the next it was cold, and the next his body was abnormally dry, as if it was about to burn. The next moment it was extremely cold, and he felt like his body was about to be completely frozen. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to stop. Once he stopped and was hit by the huge pillar of black fire, he would directly turn into powder. Just as Ling Xiao saw a piece of land appear in front of him, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from behind him. The originally calm surface of the river suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound, and countless scorching and cold black lava shot out in all directions. Amidst this terrifying explosion, a huge mysterious creature suddenly exerted strength at an extremely fast speed, flying out of the black lava and pouncing towards Ling Xiao. That speed was not the slightest bit inferior to Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel. Chapter 584. The terrifying creature had a huge body. When it attacked, it actually caused the lava to dance in the air. Countless lava waves rolled, causing the entire valley to look like it was the end of the world. It was extremely terrifying. It was also extremely spectacular. In midair, Ling Xiao's golden dragon wings flapped fiercely. Then, he sped up and rushed forward. There was a piece of land that was relatively far away from the black lava. At this moment, his golden dragon wings were about to reach their limit. It was not worth it to fight in midair. Therefore, he had to find a place to stand and recover before dealing with this mysterious creature. With the help of the golden dragon wings, Ling Xiao's speed increased explosively. However, even so, the terrifying mysterious creature's speed was not any slower than his. As it fell behind, it let out a hair-raising roar. Ling Xiao did not even look back as he continued to flee. He could even feel a scalding hot breath coming from behind him. Although the monster's body was huge, it was shockingly fast as it swam in the lava. Moreover, this fellow seemed to be able to control the black lava. During the chase, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black lava directly towards Ling Xiao's back. Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Illusion Array. At this crucial moment, Ling Xiao upgraded the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to its second form. His speed did not slow down. Instead, his footsteps became strange. His flight path suddenly changed. When the black lava shot past, it only hit his afterimage. Then, it hit a rock in the valley. That rock immediately melted and became a new stream of black lava. With the help of the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Illusion Array, Ling Xiao barely avoided the monster's attack. However, the situation was still very dangerous. Roar, seeing that its prey had actually escaped its pursuit, the mysterious creature let out an unwilling roar. It was even somewhat furious. It opened its mouth and sucked in a mouthful of the black lava river. Then, its stomach suddenly swelled up. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out. Different from the previous stream of black lava, this time, it was a torrential rain of lava. Even if Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Illusion Array, it was impossible for him to avoid such a concentrated attack. This was simply an inescapable trap. Can't avoid it? Then let's fight. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped running, summoned the Ice Dragon Sword in midair, and slashed out. Blizzard. In the past, it would take a long time to accumulate power to release Ice Storm, but now, it was as easy as flying snow. The terrifying snowstorm met the black lava rain that filled the sky. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He turned around and continued to run. Behind him, the ice storm and the black lava rain were in a stalemate for a while before they were completely separated. However, the majority of the black lava rain had been shattered and frozen by the ice storm. The remaining lava rain did not pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao. Using the Cloud Dragon Divine Trek, Illusory Array, he could easily avoid it. However, the danger would not be eliminated because of this. The monster's attack did not stop there. Ling Xiao's True Yuan Ball touched the monster, and in that instant, most of the monster's image appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, this was followed by a strong sense of surprise. This monster that was lying in ambush in the lava, ready to attack the martialists who dared to enter this place, was a divine dragon that was more than 100 meters long. Its dragon scales were all black, which was similar to a black dragon, but it was even more beautiful. The most amazing thing was that this dragon actually had a row of transparent wings on its back. These wings started from the bottom of its neck and extended to its tail. The wings weren't big, and they were very similar to the wings of a dragonfly, but there were too many of them. Black glowing inscriptions appeared on each pair of wings, which should be one of the divine texts that belonged to this monster. On its head, the eyes of the divine dragon were scarlet red, like a crazy bull. What a strange creature. Could this be the legendary ancient hell dragon? Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He had only heard his Yuan venerate master mention the 9 great ancient dragon souls, but he didn't know what they looked like. Just as he was puzzled, a strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. He suddenly injected a large amount of true origin energy into the golden dragon wings and flew forward at a faster speed. Although he didn't know what the monster wanted to do, He knew that the upcoming trouble would be greater than the previous ones. Just as he rushed out a few hundred meters, the strange, mysterious creature actually stood up on its upper body. Then, the black inscriptions on its strange, transparent wings emitted a bright light. Then, dozens of dense black light rays shot out from the wings. They were so fast that they almost instantly closed in on Ling Xiao. Whoosh! A black light ray shot directly through Ling Xiao's abdomen, leaving a black wound that was as thick as a bowl. However, there was no blood because the area around the wound had been burned dry. Furthermore, the black flames continued to spread, and the wound became bigger and bigger. Whoosh! Another black light ray shot through Ling Xiao's thigh. He had already tried his best to dodge. There were a total of 30 rays of light, and he had already dodged more than 20 of them. However, the speed of the rays of light was too fast, and there were too many of them. In the end, he was still unable to completely dodge them. Therefore, he could only protect his vital parts from being injured. As for the other places, if they were injured, then so be it. Anyway, he had the heavenly dragon golden body, so he wasn't afraid that he couldn't repair them. However, the black flames were too difficult to deal with. After shooting him, they didn't immediately extinguish, but continued to spread. Even if he used his true origin energy, he couldn't absorb and transform it in such a short time. Damn it, am I really going to be eliminated? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was a bit too tragic. He couldn't even escape? Just as he planned to directly enter the immemorial golden dragon form and make a final gamble, he suddenly found that the black flames were directly absorbed into the mountain river world. And inside his body, something seemed to have awakened. At this time, the mountain river world had the aura of another creature. And what surprised Ling Xiao the most was that this creature wasn't assimilated into his martial soul by the mountain river martial soul. This was a rare thing. To be able to resist the assimilation effect of the mountain river martial soul, there were only two possibilities. One was that this creature was at the same level as the mountain river martial soul. The other possibility was that this creature was born in the mountain river martial soul, so it was very natural for it to adapt to that environment. Looking into the mountain river world, Ling Xiao found that there was an additional creature in the mountain river world, and it was actually a colorful butterfly. At this time, it was the butterfly that was absorbing the black flames. The butterfly wasn't big, and it looked no different from an ordinary butterfly. However, Ling Xiao, who was proficient in array inscriptions, could see that on the butterfly's two pairs of colorful wings, there were complicated and beautiful divine runes that contained extremely terrifying power. Chapter 585. Legend has it that before the mysterious world was opened, there were some terrifying creatures, and one of them was a butterfly. Let only needed a light flap of its wings to affect a world, causing earth-shattering changes to the world. Ling Xiao didn't know the relationship between this little butterfly in his mountain river world and the legendary butterfly, but for now, this little butterfly had helped him a lot. That black flame, even he couldn't easily absorb it, but this little thing absorbed it very easily. It was simply treating the black flame as a delicacy. However, there was something that made him unhappy. That was, this little butterfly had eaten many of the spirit flowers and herbs in his body. Not only that, it had even eaten the fairy dragon martial spirit. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did this little thing get such a big appetite?" And it wasn't picky at all. Fortunately, when this little thing was preparing to devour the plague demon king martial spirit, it entered the black flame from the outside. It probably felt that the black flame tasted better, so it chose to give up. Damn you. After I obtained the fairy dragon martial spirit, I only used it once, and it was eaten by this little thing. What kind of monster are you? Ling Xiao didn't stop running as he looked inside his body. He was a person who could do two things at once, so this wasn't a problem. As if it heard Ling Xiao's dissatisfaction, the little butterfly's round eyes turned and revealed a stingy expression. Wait a minute. This little thing doesn't seem to be a butterfly. Ling Xiao took a closer look and discovered that although this little thing's wings were undoubtedly butterfly wings, its body was completely different from a butterfly's. Its body was actually a little person that didn't even reach the height of Ling Xiao's pinky finger. This little person was wearing green clothes that seemed to be condensed from energy. Upon closer look, it was actually a little beauty. She looked fresh and juicy, but her head was a little too small. Please, you're saying that I'm stingy? You ruined all the spirit grasses and spirit herbs that I painstakingly planted and even ate my martial spirit. Didn't I just say one sentence, and you're actually blaming me for being stingy? If it weren't for this little thing's cute appearance, Ling Xiao would have slapped it to death. While eating the black flame, the little thing curled its lips at the medicine field. It didn't seem to be able to speak, so it could only use its actions to express its meaning. Ling Xiao curiously looked at the medicinal field. Only then did he realize that although the little thing was gluttonous and ate all the medicinal herbs that were more than 1,000 years old, it kept the seedlings of each of them. It did not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs and drained the pond to catch all the fish. This couldn't be considered as destroying. But even so, it was still too ruthless. He had just obtained the meridian strengthening grass from the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda and was preparing to refine the meridian strengthening pill. And that golden snow lotus, it was 1,000-year-old one. This brother couldn't bear to use it, but it was eaten by a little guy like you. Ling Xiao still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing that Ling Xiao was still not satisfied, Little Butterfly could not help but sigh. She then pointed at the mountain river world and made a gesture of wanting to go out. Use coming out. It's very dangerous outside. Ling Xiao certainly wouldn't let this little thing go. What a joke. After eating so many of his good things, he had to collect some interest. In. Little Butterfly made a fighting gesture. Are you serious? You said you can help me fight? You're just a little thing. Save it. Although he said that, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that Little Butterfly could quickly devour the black flame. What he was most afraid of now was the black flame. With Little Butterfly's help, it might be a lot easier. However, before letting the little fellow out, Ling Xiao had to be prepared. Who knew if the Little Butterfly would run away after it came out, leaving him with nothing to show for it? He remembered that before Little Butterfly was born, it had absorbed a large amount of his spirit power. At the same time, it had also absorbed a large amount of the mountain river martial spirit's energy. How could his spirit power be so easily digested? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao tried to urge the mountain river will. In that instant, the originally lively and adorable Little Butterfly fell directly from midair to the ground. Then, its body trembled continuously as if it had sensed an extremely terrifying power. Hee, I didn't expect you to be afraid of something. Ling Xiao laughed. It seems that although Little Butterfly is powerful, it is still inferior to the mountain river martial spirit. Although the mountain river martial spirit is the human king's martial spirit, it is still unknown where the human king obtained it. More importantly, all the martial spirits in the mysterious world were created by the mountain river martial spirit. The mountain river martial spirit is the king of all martial spirits. It is not an exaggeration to say that the mountain river martial spirit is the king of the mysterious world. In that case, he is not afraid of Little Butterfly running away. Although Little Butterfly looks powerful, it is afraid of the mountain river martial spirit's will. Thinking of this, he immediately let Little Butterfly out. Little thing, listen up. You can't eat the things in the mountain river world. If you want to eat something, you can tell me. I will try my best to satisfy you. But after eating, you have to work. I don't want to raise a useless thing. Ling Xiao is not afraid that Little Butterfly will eat until he is poor. With his ability, it is easy to find food for Little Butterfly. It is just that he hates Little Butterfly eating his things. This time, Little Butterfly did not eat his key item. If she really ate the Plague Demon King martial spirit, he will go crazy. Little Butterfly nodded vigorously. Looking at her big watery eyes, Ling Xiao's heart softened. Forget it, I won't scare you anymore. However, what I said before still counts. If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely not let you off. Ling Xiao disdained to bully a Little Butterfly, but when it comes to some matters of principle, he will definitely adhere to it. He will not let Little Butterfly ruin his plan. Whoosh, behind him, an even more terrifying light beam flew over. This time, 30 light beams condensed into one. The light beam was still more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, but the blazing temperature had already burned Ling Xiao's clothes. One must know that the clothes he is wearing are the clothes that the Yuehua school gave to the outer sect disciples. It is not a treasure, but it has the ability to resist high temperature and cold. But in an instant, he felt as if he was about to be burned. This feeling is not comfortable. If he was hit, he will probably turn into ashes in an instant. Fortunately, he has eaten the fire spirit fruit before. His body's fire resistance has greatly increased. Although his clothes are burning hot, his skin can still withstand it. But the closer he is, the higher the temperature. Ling Xiao estimates that even if he enters the ancient golden dragon form, he will not be able to withstand this high temperature. He can only try this as a last resort. Little Butterfly, it is up to you. Ling Xiao placed all his hopes on Little Butterfly. He does not know why, perhaps because Little Butterfly has absorbed a large amount of his soul power, but he feels that Little Butterfly is quite close to him. Chapter 586. Yes, yes. The Little Butterfly nodded with puffed-up cheeks. She had already arrived behind Ling Xiao. She looked so small, but when she was serious, she gave off a very trustworthy feeling. Suddenly, the Little Butterfly's 2 pairs of wings flickered with a bright light. When the huge black pillar of light reached her, it instantly shrunk from a thick pillar to the size of a needle tip, and then crazily poured into the little guy's wings. Yes, the little guy nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and made a victory sign to the stunned Ling Xiao. Damn it, I can't believe that Ling Xiao, can't even compare to a little butterfly. This is too embarrassing. In any case, the little guy's appearance had indeed blocked a huge crisis for Ling Xiao. Tired, the little butterfly finally made the first sound that was exactly like a human's, but it was a childish voice that sounded like a baby's. Then, she turned into a colorful light and returned to the mountain river realm, lying down among the flowers and falling asleep. Sleep well, thank you. At this moment, Ling Xiao's anger towards the loss of his martial soul and the exotic flowers and herbs had completely vanished. The little butterfly had blocked the attack for him, which was equivalent to preserving his qualification to continue the pagoda ascension ceremony. In this way, he might be able to obtain a greater opportunity. Compared to a greater opportunity, what was the loss of those things? At this time, he had already taken advantage of the little butterfly blocking the attack for him to reach the only open space in the valley. Sure enough, this place seems a little strange. That monster doesn't dare to come close. Ling Xiao stood on the open space and saw the monster roaring angrily in the black magma. The magma was constantly being slapped around, but it didn't dare to come close to the open space. This must be the so-called chance of survival. The difficulty of the Moonlight Pagoda was relatively low. After all, it was only a trial. The Moonlight Heavenly Maiden couldn't really let her successor be killed or eliminated quickly. Therefore, when she designed these secret areas, she left a chance of survival. As for whether they could reach this place of survival, it would depend on the ability of the trial disciples. At the very least, Ling Xiao was almost eliminated by that monster. After carefully analyzing the monster, Ling Xiao was able to determine the exact strength of the monster. No wonder he was able to beat him up. This monster was actually more powerful than the guardian of the 3rd stage. He had already reached the 2nd stage of the celestial realm, the yin and yang heavenly realm. The heaven realm was different from the transcendent realm. The heaven realm had a total of 10 stages, and each stage represented a massive change. They also had their own unique changes. After reaching the celestial realm, the 9 martial veins would completely merge into one and become the heavenly veins. From the 1st layer to the 10th layer, they were respectively one-line sky, sky of yin and yang, sky of 3 talents, sky of 4 symbols, sky of 5 elements, sky of 6 arts, sky of 7 stars, sky of 8 trigrams, sky of 9 layers, sky of 10 directions. Of course, in order to make it easier for cultivators to understand, they would usually still narrate, compile books, or even give lectures according to the 10th layer of the heaven tier. The previous guardian of the 3rd stage was a powerhouse at the 1st level of the celestial realm, who was also a powerhouse at one-line sky. A powerhouse at one-line sky had just finished merging 9 martial veins. The heavenly veins were only a single line and were very small, but the total amount of true chi they could hold was far more than a transcendent realm cultivator. The monster in front of him was a powerhouse at the second layer of the celestial realm, which was also a powerhouse at two-line sky. At this time, the heavenly veins were divided into two colors, black and white, which became more obvious and much larger. Naturally, it was stronger than a powerhouse at one-line sky. Ling Xiao still felt a little scared. No wonder his speed was not as fast as the monster. This guy was actually so strong that he was not eliminated by it. It was really lucky. But even if the monster could not get close, what should he do next? Ling Xiao was basically certain that the monster in front of him was an ancient hell dragon. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded ancient hell dragon, not a mixed blood dragon like the black dragon. Even if this guy's strength did not seem strong now, once he took it as his martial soul, it could continue to grow stronger. But what should he do? He definitely could not beat it. There seemed to be no other way. Ling Xiao thought of a way while stuffing a large number of high-grade true essence pills and a few healing pills into his mouth. The high-grade true essence pills were refined by him, and the healing pills were obtained from the trial in the Moonlight Pagoda. Now, no matter what method he used, he had to first recuperate his body. No matter what, he had to get his hands on this ancient hell dragon. Even if he did not take it as his martial soul, he could temporarily trap it in the mountain river world and slowly train it in the future. However, the difference between pets and martial souls was still quite big. Pets could only help in battle and were considered external forces. However, martial souls were related to the martial artist's soul and blood. When it reached a certain level, not only could it help in battle, it could also allow the martial artist to use the various abilities of the martial soul. Therefore, in a sense, a martial soul was much more useful than a pet. If possible, Ling Xiao still hoped to turn the ancient hell dragon into his martial soul. Pets were too difficult to control. If they betrayed him, he might hurt himself. However, martial souls absolutely could not betray him. But in the end, it was still the same problem. How to defeat this guy? If he could not defeat it, he could not subdue it, let alone convert it into a martial soul. Even a heaven realm expert of the same realm would definitely not be a match for this kind of pure-blooded ancient beast, not to mention that Ling Xiao was now only a transcendent realm martial artist. It was even more impossible for him to win. Rely on the little butterfly? Don't think about it. The little butterfly was now full and tired. It was sleeping soundly. It was better to look for it first. Since that guy did not dare to approach this place, it meant that there should be something here that could restrain it. Moreover, since the Moonlight Fairy had left a chance for survival, there would naturally be a possibility of subduing the ancient hell dragon. When his body recovered to its peak condition, Ling Xiao got up and searched the open space. It was impossible for him to not find something that others could not find. Releasing the true essence ball, coupled with the analysis ability of the Mountain River martial soul, he found the key in an instant. In this open space, there was an altar completely covered by soil. Ling Xiao dug up all the soil and approached the altar, hoping to find something useful on it. On the altar, there was a sculpture of a very beautiful woman. However, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like the little butterfly. Forget it. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the necklace on the neck of the sculpture on the altar. High imitation, pendant of justice. This was the conclusion of the Mountain River martial soul after analysis. High imitation, pendant of justice, immortal grade artifact. It can only be used once. It can temporarily allow one's strength to reach the stage where it is completely connected to the opponents. One of the 12 immortals of the ancient era, the law enforcement celestial venerable who controlled the laws of the sacred dynasty of the human race, possessed the real treasure here. Chapter 587. This pendant is an imitation of the pendant of justice, one of the 12 human immortals of the sacred dynasty. It can only be used once against experts below the Grotto Heaven realm. It can only be used for 2 hours. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, since it was an opportunity, there would be a chance to obtain it. Because the strength of the trial disciples who entered the Moonlight Pagoda was uneven, it didn't seem appropriate to set up monsters of any level here. Making such an imitation of the pendant of justice would be just right for anyone to use. The Moonlight Goddess really put in a lot of effort. But for 100,000 years, not a single disciple had been able to enter the fourth stage, let alone reach this place. Thank you, ancestral grandmother. No matter what, I, Ling Xiao, am a disciple of the Yuehua school. Even if someone is dissatisfied with me and tries to scheme against me, I'll just deal with the person and not the sect. I'll just clean up this trash. Ling Xiao was sincerely grateful to the Yuehua school. However, the Yuehua school was the Yuehua school. Those who were against him still had to be cleaned up one by one, unless they bowed down to him. He reached out and took off the pendant of justice, then put it around his neck. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a strange power surge into his body. This feeling was really strange. He couldn't get used to suddenly having the cultivation of the heaven realm and the two forms heavenly realm. But fortunately, he had the mountain river martial soul. After a moment of discomfort, he quickly grasped this power. Whoosh, the golden dragon wings spread out again, and Ling Xiao returned to the black magma. Roar! Seeing Ling Xiao appear again, the ancient hell dragon let out a crazy and excited roar. It opened its huge mouth and bit at Ling Xiao. The golden dragon wings on his back flapped gently, and Ling Xiao's figure suddenly moved, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. He easily dodged this attack. Rumble. The ancient hell dragon didn't have time to withdraw its attack. Its huge head smashed into the magma, and with a loud boom, black magma flew out in all directions, intertwining into a torrential downpour. This lasted for a full 2 to 3 minutes before it finally stopped. Floating in the air, Ling Xiao sneered. Then, the ice dragon sword appeared in his hand. With a move of his feet, he appeared on the neck of the ancient hell dragon almost instantly. At this moment, there were black flames under his feet. If it was before, his legs would have been crippled. But now, he had the effect of the pendant of impartiality, and his cultivation had reached the celestial realm. The wind celestial phenomenon seeped out of his body and actually forced back the black flames. She couldn't get close to him. Then, the ice dragon's sword in his hand condensed true yuan, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, coupled with the water blue ice crystals, ruthlessly pierced towards the ancient hell dragon's neck. Lightning constellation, congealed water. The water blue ice crystals and the black flames reflected each other's brilliance, revealing a very gorgeous color, dazzling the eyes of those who looked at it. Chi. The ice dragon sword was wrapped in lightning and ice, not giving the ancient hell dragon any chance to dodge. The tip of the sword ruthlessly pierced into its neck, piercing through the shining black and purple dragon scales. Then, the ice crystal shattered, and the lightning wreaked havoc. Large amounts of blood spurted out from under the dragon scales, falling into the black flames. It had to be said that the dragon blood of the ancient hell dragon was really powerful. Even the black flames were unable to burn it. It actually turned into drops of crystals, sinking into the magma. Roar! The neck was suddenly attacked, and the injury was not light. The ancient hell dragon suddenly let out an ear-piercing cry. Its huge body directly rushed into the magma, attempting to bring Ling Xiao into the pitch-black magma, as if it could kill Ling Xiao like this. However, it was a pity. After Ling Xiao obtained the pendant of impartiality, not only did his attack increase, but his defense also became very terrifying. Even the mutated ghost flame martial soul had been strengthened. Although there was still a sizzling sound when he sank into the lava, Ling Xiao did not suffer any damage at all. Even Lin Xiao himself felt that this strength was inconceivable. The ancient hell dragon was enraged. A mere human dared to stand on its body. Its body twisted into a strange shape, and then wrapped Ling Xiao in it. Its shining wings flashed with a strange light. Hee. Angry from embarrassment? Facing such a situation, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. I have never lost to an opponent of the same level. Even the ancient hell dragon is the same. You are stronger than warriors of the same level, but I am stronger than you. Ling Xiao was never conceited. He was just confident. If it was before, facing such an attack, he could only run for his life. But now, facing such an attack, he could completely ignore it, because to him, it was not a threat at all. At this time, a figure appeared near the valley. It was Dai Yuling. Dai Yuling's aura, compared to before, had a great change. It felt like she was different from before, but he could not tell what had changed. Standing on the valley, Dai Yuling looked at the terrifying energy emitted by the dazzling black light, and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of battle was this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom! At a certain moment, the ancient Hell Dragon's attack was finally released. On its body, there were 100 pairs of wings, and this time, it also released 200 rays of black light. These 200 rays of light condensed into a ring, and this ring was rapidly shrinking. When it shrank to a certain extent, it would completely kill Ling Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Terrifying energy fluctuations continued to spread out, and the valley continued to explode. Magma continued to spurt out, forming the magma pillars of the secret technique. This was just the energy emitted by the energy ring, and it had already formed such a terrifying destructive force. If he was attacked, what would happen? Above the valley, Dai Yuling's eyes showed a special dark green color, and the surrounding plants seemed to be under her control. In the valley, plants that could resist the black flames also transmitted the battle scene to her. Looking at the doomsday-like scene in the valley, her entire body could not help trembling. Her strength increased, and her senses became sharper. This kind of attack was enough to easily raze Tianfeng City to the ground. She did not know what method Ling Xiao was going to use to deal with it. One had to know, even a 4th or 5th level Celestial Realm powerhouse would not have many ways to deal with such an attack. At the very least, they absolutely did not dare to take it head-on. Ling Xiao's strength seems to be on par with that monster, but even so, he can't take this attack. Dai Yuling was a little nervous, but at the same time, she strangely developed a feeling of trust in Ling Xiao. She kept feeling that Ling Xiao definitely had a special purpose for doing so. Chapter 588. Thinking that Ling Xiao might have his own plans, Dai Yuling didn't rush down rashly. Moreover, although her strength had increased, she didn't dare to go down rashly. That kind of black magma could only be crossed by a cultivator who could fly. At this moment, she was surprised to find that the energy ring was rapidly weakening. Upon closer inspection, Ling Xiao was standing in the middle of the ring. He didn't dodge, nor did he take it head-on. Behind him, a huge furnace appeared. The black light and flames were all absorbed by this huge furnace. The furnace was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. It'll be easier to absorb energy in the future. Under the Transcendent Realm, Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the furnace martial spirit rashly because it would be useless and might even cause the martial spirit to be destroyed. However, things were different now. He had the effect of the Pendant of Justice. He was a warrior in the Celestial Being Realm and Yin-Yang Heaven. As his strength increased, the power of the furnace martial soul also increased greatly. It was too easy for him to absorb such energy. The furnace itself was used to store flames, and then used to temper other things. As for flames, it naturally didn't reject them. As the furnace martial spirit madly absorbed, the energy ring became thinner and thinner. Even the black magma in the valley became less and less. Ling Xiao was clearly trying to move the entire magma out of this place. In the end, the energy ring completely disappeared. Even the black magma turned from a big river to a small river. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was limited. The furnace martial spirit had reached its energy limit and couldn't continue to absorb. Tisk, one can't be too greedy. Let's leave it at that. Behind Ling Xiao, in the huge furnace, the black flames kept rolling. Then, the huge lid of the furnace was closed. No matter how chaotic the situation inside was, there was no longer any commotion outside. It's delicious. This black flame, after I obtain the ancient Hell Dragon martial spirit, I'll use it as nourishment to cultivate this martial spirit. Ling Xiao looked at the trembling ancient Hell Dragon at his feet and smiled. Of course, such delicious flames must be left behind to condense into Hellfire True Essence. This way, it would be easier to refine pills and set up arrays. Wu, seeing its powerful attack being completely absorbed by the terrifying human, the ancient Hell Dragon's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and its body was trembling. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to obtain the ancient hell dragon martial soul, he would first have to keep it in the mountain river realm. Of course, it would be best to beat him until he was half dead. That would be even more effective. Then, he stabbed his sword at the ancient hell dragon beneath his feet. As he stabbed out, a terrifying force tore through space and slammed into the huge body of the ancient hellish dragon. In an instant, the terrifying true Yuan Qi blasted the shiny black scales on the ancient hell dragon's body into dust. The sword Qi continued to penetrate deeper into the ancient hell dragon's body. The ancient hell dragon's body was bent from the impact. Some of them fell directly into the black lava. Roar! The sudden fear and pain caused the ancient hell dragon to raise its huge head and let out a hoarse cry. Although it was afraid of Ling Xiao, it was now in a frenzied state. The black flames it spat out were much stronger and denser than before. Balls of black flames covered the sky and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but suddenly smiled. As expected of the ancient hell dragon, even at this time, you still won't submit. Fine. I'll beat you until you admit defeat. The true Yuan on his body became even more violent. At the same time, he entered his human dragon form, and his terrifying aura rose again. Behind him, the huge furnace appeared again, and it was filled with a strong hellish aura. It had evolved? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. This furnace martial soul was very different from before. It gave off an aura that was very similar to the ancient hell dragon. Hellfire furnace martial soul? Faintly, he could hear the whispers of ghosts, the roars of monsters, and the strong smell of sulfur. Could it be that this furnace was originally a treasure that belonged to the ancient hell dragon? It and the ancient hell dragon are inseparable existences? Ling Xiao felt that his brain wasn't enough. But there was no need to figure this out. After the transformation, the Hellfire Furnace martial soul was obviously stronger. If he could subdue the ancient hell dragon and combine the two, its power would probably be even stronger. Just as he was thinking about these things, the ancient hell dragon's attacks didn't stop. Balls of black flames kept attacking, as if they were going to drown him. Ling Xiao didn't move. The furnace behind him opened its lid, and the same black flames were spat out. But clearly, the power was more terrifying. When the ancient hell dragon's attacks came into contact with these strange flames, they instantly evaporated into nothingness. Outside the valley, Dai Yuling looked at this scene in shock. She was completely stunned. She had originally wanted to come help after sensing Ling Xiao's aura after obtaining her own opportunity, but now she was just watching the show. Watching Ling Xiao's performance alone. The ancient hell dragon's dragon extinguish was completely extinguished. Then Ling Xiao held the ice dragon sword in his hand, wrapped in a dense cold air, and constantly stabbed the ancient hell dragon's huge body. Every stab would leave a deep wound on the ancient hell dragon's tough body. The originally black dragon scales had turned blood red, and the sight of it made one's scalp tingle. Without the hellfire furnace, the ancient hell dragon had already used all its attacking methods, but it couldn't pose any threat to Ling Xiao. It could only constantly dodge Ling Xiao's attacks, letting out mournful cries that frightened the surrounding monsters. So much so that for such a long time, no other monster appeared in the center of the fourth stage. Die! For the last attack, Ling Xiao burst out with the most terrifying attack under his current cultivation. Wind Celestial Phenomenon, Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Rain Celestial Phenomenon, Lightning Celestial Phenomenon, Mountain River Will. All the power gathered together, releasing a terrifying ice storm. The ancient hell dragon was like a leaf in the wind, constantly being torn apart by this terrifying energy. In the end, the valley collapsed, and the surroundings turned into ruins. The ancient hell dragon was also completely destroyed, leaving only a ball of black light floating in the air, like a black sun. Return. Ling Xiao kept this ball of black light into the mountain river world. Through the analysis of the mountain river martial spirit, he already knew that this black ball of light was the ancient hell dragon's soul. It was the ancient hell dragon's dragon soul inheritance, but he didn't know how to fuse it. Chapter 589. Ling Xiao originally thought that as long as he kept the ancient hell dragon soul in the mountain river world, he would be able to convert it into his martial soul like other things. But after trying, he realized that he was a little too naive. This was the dragon soul of the 9 great ancient divine dragons, not an ordinary thing. How could it be converted into a martial soul so easily? Ling Xiao, just as he was puzzled, he heard someone calling him. Was it Dai Yuling? Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look, then flew over. Are you okay, senior sister Yuling? When Ling Xiao saw Dai Yuling, he was also very happy. If he had to rank them, among the people who had entered the Moonlight Pagoda this time, the one who had the closest relationship with him was naturally Dai Yuling. Therefore, he hoped that Dai Yuling could obtain an opportunity in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony and get a good result. Thanks to you, I found a great opportunity in the 4th stage. Now, my martial soul has changed. While speaking, Dai Yuling released her martial soul. It was no longer a cherry tree, but a gourd vine. Legend had it that in the ancient era, the human king found a gourd vine with 7 gourds growing on it. Each gourd represented a terrifying ability. The human king plucked the gourds and made them into 7 magic treasures. It was also his most powerful magic treasure. Now, the magic treasure had disappeared with the human king. But unexpectedly, the gourd vine was transplanted into the Moonlight Pagoda by the Moonlight Fairy, and Dai Yuling encountered it and obtained this terrifying inheritance. Congratulations, senior sister Yuling. Ling Xiao was also happy for Dai Yuling. After inheriting this inheritance, not only did Dai Yuling's martial soul become extremely powerful, but more importantly, her cultivation had soared again. She had entered the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, not far from Long Hao and Shangguan Lei. Thank you. You killed the ancient hell dragon just now, right? Dai Yuling asked. That's right. Ling Xiao smiled and revealed the black ball of light. This is the soul ball of the ancient hell dragon. Don't underestimate it just because it's the size of an apple. The terrifying energy it contains is extremely powerful. If this thing is released as an attack, it can easily destroy a city. Even a celestial realm expert would be blasted into smithereens if they encounter it. How do you plan to deal with such a terrifying thing? Dai Yuling couldn't help asking. Ling Xiao stared at the black ball of light for a while, then suddenly grinned and said, Eat it. Then, I'll convert it into my martial soul. Although the black ball of light would lose its destructive power after transforming into a martial soul, it would be very beneficial to Ling Xiao's future development. This was also a choice. Should he choose to make it his weapon, or should he choose to fuse it with his soul? Ling Xiao's choice was naturally the latter. His cultivation would definitely not stop at its current level, nor would it stop at the celestial realm. Having a martial soul that could be upgraded was definitely much better than having a weapon that could not be upgraded. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dai Yuling could not help but shudder. She knew very well that it was very dangerous to swallow the black ball of light and fuse it with his soul and bloodline. Even if Ling Xiao's body was very strong and had been tempered from inside to outside, this was not an ordinary soul ball. This was the soul ball of the ancient hell dragon, the dragon soul inheritance of the ancient hell dragon. She could even imagine Ling Xiao's expression after swallowing it. That was a fate worse than death. You have to think carefully. If the fusion is not successful, you may not even have the chance to be eliminated. You will die here forever. Dai Yuling advised seriously. Ling Xiao, of course, understood the danger. Even with the Mountain River martial soul's ability to analyze and calculate, it could not be foolproof. It could only increase the probability of success by 10 to 20%. He could still face death at any time. The most terrifying thing was that the energy was too strong, even exceeding the rules of the Moonlight Pagoda. Then, he could be completely trapped here and unable to be teleported out. To put it simply, he would really die. Although Ling Xiao was a calm and collected person, he was able to remain calm at all times. At the same time, he was also a cautious person. Faced with such a choice between life and death, he really could not make up his mind. But now, no one could help him. Dai Yuling could not do it either. Dai Yuling's cultivation was too weak. If he placed his hopes on her, the two of them might die together in the end. Staring at the black ball of light, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. This thing was really a double-edged sword. If he successfully swallowed it, he could obtain the ancient hell dragon's martial soul inheritance. Once he failed, his body could instantly shatter, and he would be separated from this world forever. After all, he was just a 14-year-old child. No one could protect him in a critical moment. If he said he would die, he would really die. Ling Xiao stood there, but his mountain river martial soul was rapidly revolving. He was calculating the success rate. If an ordinary person swallowed a dragon soul, the success rate would be at most 1%. Therefore, most people who dared to do so would have their bodies exploded and died. Of course, there were still ways to increase the success rate. The best way was to have a powerful person by his side to protect him. This way, even if he failed, he would not die. Moreover, the success rate would increase by about 10%. Ling Xiao obviously did not have such good luck. If he took this thing outside and let the Moon Maiden protect him, then the Moon Maiden would be ambushed and killed, and he would also die an unnatural death. He was well aware of this matter. Therefore, choosing to swallow the ancient Hell Dragon's martial soul inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda was the safest choice. Especially in a place like the fourth stage, it was even safer. The second way to increase the success rate was to use pills. This pill was called the Dragon Soul Pill. This pill was not of high quality. It could only be considered a low-grade yellow-grade pill. This was because it only had one effect, which was to increase the success rate when swallowing a dragon soul. To most people, it was actually not useful. Otherwise, its quality might be even higher. To refine the Dragon Soul Pill, the other supplementary materials were easy to find. However, there was one thing that was extremely difficult to find. That was the Dragon Core or Dragon Pearl. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had this thing. Although his Poison Dragon Pearl had consumed 1% of its energy, it could still be used to refine pills. Anyway, he still had a Black Dragon Pearl. Refining pills was Ling Xiao's forte. The refining of the Dragon Soul Pill would probably not take much time. 15 minutes would be enough. And using the Dragon Soul Pill, the chance of increasing it was also 10%. If Ling Xiao could refine a perfect Dragon Soul Pill, this chance would increase by 20%. In this way, Ling Xiao's success rate would increase by a lot. There was another way, but this was only useful for Ling Xiao. That was the Mountain River Martial Soul's powerful analysis and calculation ability. This could also greatly increase the success rate. Chapter 590. Through the repeated analysis of the Mountain River Martial Spirit, the success rate of devouring could be increased by 20%. Adding the 10% of the Dragon Soul Pill, it was 30%. This success rate was already very high. If it were someone else, no one would be able to do it. In addition, Ling Xiao was someone with strong fire and water resistance. This success rate could be increased by another 10%. Adding it up, it was 50%. A 50% success rate sounded very high. However, the risks involved were still extremely great. It could be said that this was still gambling with one's life, fighting with heaven and earth for luck. If one was lucky, one could break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. From then on, one's cultivation would be smoother. If one was unlucky, one would instantly turn into dust, leaving nothing behind. However, even so what? If he didn't dare to try a 50% success rate, could he still be considered a man? He really couldn't give up just like that. Since he wasn't willing to give up, then he would completely grasp this opportunity. Since ancient times, the difference between the strong and the weak was often a choice at the critical moment. After a long silence, Ling Xiao made a decision. Let's go, Senior Sister Yuling. Follow me to the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground and help me guard. The Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground was a relatively safe place. It was more stable to devour inside. Although Dai Yuling said that she couldn't help him much, she could still help him deal with some monsters that suddenly appeared. Although the probability of monsters appearing in the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground was relatively low, this kind of thing, no one could be sure. It was better to be safe than sorry. With Dai Yuling's help, together with the 50% strength half-step, Heavenly Venerable, Extraordinary Swordsman in the Book of Seals, and 30% strength half-step, Heavenly Venerable, Black Dragon King, they should be able to block it. Dai Yuling naturally nodded in agreement. She had already obtained the opportunity she needed. Next, it was time to repay the favor. After entering the myriad thunder extreme ground, Ling Xiao began to refine the Dragon Soul Pill. This was just a small matter to him. In less than 15 minutes, the Dragon Soul Pill was successfully refined. Then, he prepared everything and released the extraordinary swordsman Black Dragon King. He threw the immemorial Hell Dragon Soul Ball into his mouth. What the mountain and river martial spirit could not transform, he had to rely on his own ability to transform. Ling Xiao shut his mouth as soon as the black ball of light entered his mouth. At this moment, he felt as though he had been thrown into the magma of purgatory. His entire body trembled in pain. His originally normal complexion had now turned ghastly pale, causing Dai Yuling, who was nearby, to feel extremely worried. However, Dai Yuling was also very clear. She couldn't help Ling Xiao with anything now. Everything could only depend on Ling Xiao's own efforts to overcome everything. No one knew whether he would be a carp leaping over the dragon gate or smashing his head against the dragon gate. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Ling Xiao tightly closed his eyes and used his soul power to observe his body. In the depths of the soul was the Spirit Sea. In the Spirit Sea, there was a world called the Mountain River World, which was the proportion of the Mountain River martial spirit in Ling Xiao's soul. The rest of the world was still filled with boundless soul power. Suddenly, a black ball of light appeared in this world. It released terrifying energy and rampaged in this world, attempting to disintegrate and take control of this world. This was just the performance of the Spirit Sea. At the same time, the black ball released terrifying black flames that followed Ling Xiao's meridians and poured into his martial veins. The terrifying heat attempted to turn Ling Xiao's body into ashes. Even with the protection of the Dragon Soul Pill, there was a ball of golden gas in his meridians that resisted the high temperature. However, there were still many black flames that seeped into Ling Xiao's meridians and martial veins. After being filtered by the Dragon Soul Pill, they became much weaker. However, even so, they still put a lot of pressure on his meridians and martial veins. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body's resistance played a key role at this time. The damage was greatly reduced again. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's meridians would have been completely destroyed. However, after experiencing the battle between the two types of energy, Ling Xiao's meridians were constantly twitching. His martial veins also began to distort and deform. They were like plastic that had been burned. It was extremely strange. It was precisely because of the distortion of his meridians and martial veins that Ling Xiao felt such pain. In addition, the black ball of light in the Spirit Sea was wreaking havoc, causing Ling Xiao to feel even more pressure. This was a double oppression on his body and soul. The double blow was to destroy him and occupy his body and soul. At the crucial moment, Ling Xiao persisted in cultivating and displayed an unexpected and miraculous effect. The originally distorted and broken meridians began to recover and grow faster. Broken and reborn. Reborn and broken. Because of this, many of the rare flowers and herbs in Ling Xiao's Mountain River world were used as nourishment. However, as long as he kept his life, it was the greatest victory for Ling Xiao. Without a sudden burst of power, Ling Xiao's meridians would be completely shattered. His true essence would not be able to circulate. At that time, the black flame would be even more destructive. What awaited him would only be death. But now, he was alive and living well. His body was finally free of problems. Although the pain still persisted, to Ling Xiao, this was already an in-progress result. Next, he would use all his strength to control the black ball of light. As long as he could control that, the violent energy could be truly controlled. Mountain River Will. In the Spirit Sea, Ling Xiao added all his soul power to the Mountain River Will, and then fiercely attacked the black ball. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the ball, as if it had sensed danger and was desperately trying to escape. But what was the use? This was Ling Xiao's Spirit Sea. No matter where the ball was, it was under his control. Continue attacking. One after another, the Mountain River will continuously attack the black ball of light, causing more and more cracks to appear on the ball of light. With no way out, the ball of light began to crazily attack the Spirit Sea. This indeed caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao great pain. But seeing that success was imminent, how could Ling Xiao be afraid of this pain? Boom! Another ferocious will struck the ball of light, causing it to explode and emit a dazzling light. Shattered. The moment the ball of light shattered, the shadow of an immemorial hell dragon flew out, intending to escape. But at this point, how could Ling Xiao allow it to escape? He sent the shadow into the mountain river world. Then, the immemorial golden dragon in the mountain river world stood up. On its gigantic body, there was a scale that shone with a strange light. The shadow of the immemorial hell dragon began to fight with the immemorial golden dragon. One was once one of the 9 great immemorial dragon kings, while the other was once the Desolation Dragon Emperor. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.